right, I think I'm live. Let's make sure. So if you can hear me and if I sound good audibly, if you don't mind hitting that number 1, that would be appreciated. And if I sound all right, hit that number 1. Kyle, Marquise, Johnny. Kevin, Maloso. All right, good. Looks like I can move forward with confidence. That blessings. All right, great. Good to know that I do sound audible. And we are in just, quite the range. Quite the range. Whoops. Let me get this mapped out. Hopefully everybody's had a good start to the week. There we go. Let's make this little colors, help it stand out a little bit more. And there we go. All right, there is our range. Like I said, hopefully everybody is off to a good start. As a reminder, oh, yikes, only 4. Come on now. As a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you've never been here before, welcome. It is great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy yourself. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, friendly reminder, hit that like button. But yeah, how is everybody's days going? Everybody getting a good start? Everybody have the case of the Mondays? Where are people at on the day so far? Hopefully, there we go. They're up to 12. There, all right, yeah, there we go. Let's keep things moving here. Uh-oh. Travis Ugg, not probably the best. I should actually, and I want to add in this, is this maybe a short right here? Is that maybe a short with the target down here around, short here? Do you maybe get a test of the lower range? Now, at the bottom of the lower range down here, I have no idea what it would want to do. Just like I have no idea at the top of the range what it would want to do. Well, I guess seemingly it would suggest that it would want to bounce, but yeah, I don't know. Is that going to be some sort of potential trade? All right, nobody wants it. Is it really that bad? Kevin started sketchy, but eventually green. Good job. Keltley, good morning. Great weekend. Good. Digging myself out of a hole. All right, Travis, Kyle, huge climb last night. Went to bed at 2 a.m. I think that, how did that happen? Well, I was thinking about that for a short, but I turned my back for, it seems like just a couple seconds to read the chat. But the EU deal was, I guess, announced, now that I think about it, during the day on Sunday. So it's not like it was even announced during the, when the markets were open. So, because just as an FYI, we're doing futures here, and futures open up Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. But that, I'm pretty sure at least, I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Euro deal was mentioned during Sunday before the futures market had opened up. Got up at 3:30 a.m. Because you had to for work, Melissa? Or what? Or you got up specifically at 3:30 a.m. to trade? If you got up at 3:30 a.m. to trade specifically, why? What's going on at 3:30 a.m.? I guess I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm assuming that means Eastern time. But I guess if you're in Hawaii, I suppose that could be that'd be 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So that makes sense actually. But what time zone is 3:30 a.m.? I assumed Eastern time, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense in my mind. But I don't know. To be fair, I think isn't Hawaii like 6 hours behind Eastern time zone? And then everybody else just doesn't want to talk or tell me. So we are off to a good start on a Monday. Nobody wants to talk in the chat box. So this is going to be a good one, I can tell. Eastern. Holy smokes. Can't sleep. Might as well. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I've ever been up at 3:30 a.m. Eastern trading futures. So to be fair to you, maybe it's fantastic action. Not that I'm aware of, but hey, if you jive well with 3:30 a.m. Eastern price action on futures, then more power to you. All right, might look. I was going to say might look to try to take this to the long side, but I kind of missed that too. Was worried about. Well, I don't know if that's a good combination. Being worried and trading at 3:30 a.m., Melissa. Just be careful. I'm not sure that's. Trading is a very psychological game. So if you're worried about something such as that, your kids externally, I don't. Again, everybody's different, but I don't know. That seems a little risky. For someone with no knowledge of what I'm looking at, can you give me a brief breakdown of what we're looking at? Well, this is called a candlestick technical chart. So and a candlestick chart is just a way for you to gauge what's going on with the price of something. And then from there, you can start to make decisions about what you think the price may do. There's no guarantees, but technical trading is all about managing risk. You know, you're trying to find edges, but edges still don't guarantee success. So that's kind of a brief breakdown of what we're looking at. We're looking at candlestick technical charts, trying to manage risk via finding ourselves some edges. Hey, hit that like button if you have not yet. Let's get this quickly up to 25 likes. That would be a fantastic start to the stream. 25 likes in less than 10 minutes. Yeah, well, let me send you this too, just because you're that new. There you go. All right. So offering this class, and everybody's invited, but L, based on that question, seems very, very new. So it's not like this is only for new people, but yeah, I would definitely, it is for new people at a baseline. So check that out, L Gordo, and get signed up for it. Yep. I was thinking short for those of you that were here, but I was reading the chat and I missed it. Doggone it. Well, we'll have to wait for another setup now. Hey, Dan. Dan is. Good morning. Sounds good, Al Gordo. I think that'll help you out. It'll be this Thursday. So, hope to see you there. Hopefully you remember. Well, at this point, I don't really want to go long because there is a track record of kind of downwards pressure right now. But to go short seems like maybe a bit of a chase. Now, if it comes down to this area, this is where things get very, very interesting. No guarantees, but does this area provide a bounce? A more than rational thought, given that, you know, it's bounced there, bounced there, bounced there. Again, does that mean it'll bounce here again? Absolutely not. No guarantees. But is it at least a rational thought to have? I think it's a more than rational thought to have go through your mind that maybe, just maybe, there's some buyers down here around the, you know, the 465 mark. So again, please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing there's buyers down there, but there's a track record of them. Therefore, seems to be reasonable to think that there could still be some buyers down around that area. All right, here's the back test here. I suppose I could potentially get short here. What would that be? If 94, if I put a stop up here, maybe see if it wants to come up a little bit. We'll see what it wants to do. Man, this chat is freaking me out. Why are you guys so quiet right now? This is weirding me out. I'm getting freaked out. I can't take it. I can't take the quietness. Nobody's talking. Nobody's doing anything. Somebody say something. All right, I am short. And we'll see if the price wants to come down some. Took off one. So still could be a losing trade, but it'll be a little less because I've reduced position size and put some gains in my pocket. Let's see if it wants to come down. What do you mean by short? I want prices to go down. You can make money in the market when prices go down. That is known as shorting or going short. So right now, the further the price comes below this blue line, the better for me. Now, if it goes above the blue line, that's bad. Shorts lose money if prices go up. So I do not want to see the price do what it's doing right now. We're trying to come back up above that blue line. I want to see the price come on down. All right, took off another one. Still have 3, but it's not really going totally well. But I am still in 3. We'll see. Still could be a losing trade again, but as I reduce position size and put gains in my pocket, the losing trade will be reduced more and more. So at this point, it would be a very modest losing trade. But let's see if the price does want to break down through the trend line. Again, blue line is my entry. I am short. I'm learning. Can I try it on Robinhood? What I'm doing here, no, do not do it on Robinhood. That means that you are using your own funds to trade futures, and I believe day trading futures is certainly the best way to go about day trading, but you want to use a prop firm because prop firms are a risk management tool, but Robinhood is not. If you have a bad day in futures on Robinhood, that means you could be down thousands and thousands of your money. What a rat move. All right. So there we go. It was still a losing trade, but very, very modest. So I'm glad I took off a couple. In hindsight, sure, I wish I would have taken off a little bit more to reduce my position size. But, of course, had the price ultimately broken down like that, then I would have been sitting there saying, why did I reduce size so much? But, all right, it is what it is. So, again, yes, you could do futures in your own broker, but especially if you're, in your case, you said you're learning. No, a bad day in futures can be quite literally thousands and thousands of dollars gone very, very quickly, because what we talk about around here is Pam's plant, which is an argument for day trading day trading. So the best way to go about day trading efficiency-wise is to day trade futures. So these are the reasons why futures are awesome, but do it through a prop firm. And the big thing here about the prop firm is this fact. Futures move, and they move very, very quickly. But with prop firms, you get that added risk control via protecting your own money, because the way a prop firm works is you have very little of your money actually at risk in the first place. So that is why around here, preach day trade futures, but through a prop firm. So yes, do not use Robinhood, because that is not a prop firm. That is your funds. And because futures can move so quickly, one bad day, one bad trade, one Trump tweet, and you could be looking at a very, very nasty situation. Whereas in the world of futures, yeah, you may lose your account, but losing your account just means you're out at most a couple $100. Dragon, what do we think of SOFI before earn? I have no thoughts. I'm definitely not into day trading stocks, and I'm certainly not into holding stocks through earnings. That's more of I'd argue that's more gambling than it is trading. All right, we are waiting for another setup. First trade, managed it, gave myself a chance. It just didn't behave how I wanted it to, so I had to take the stop out, but because of the way I managed it, kept the loss very minimal. Hey, good morning, Jocko. Still watching that trend line. Maybe I tried the short again. Perhaps I was just a little early to the party. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to rush back into it. I don't want to force a trade or something like that. But I'm keeping on that lower trend line. Is Interactive Brokers a good firm? Well, I don't, Brighton, you got to be more specific than that. A good firm for what? What are you looking to do? I mean, are you looking to invest? Are you looking to swing trade, day trade? What are you looking to day trade? What are you looking to swing trade? There's a lot more questions that go into that. Oh, no, it's coming back down. Oh, boy. That seems like a chase right now. Right off the trend line again. Let's do it. Let's see. Can we get the break? I anticipated. I got zero confirmation, so this might be an example of why it is smart to wait for confirmation, because other times you don't want to wait for confirmation because you could just totally miss the entry point or get a really bad fill. So there's always give and takes. But yeah, right now, I might add if it comes back down, because that'd be an impressive move in my favor if this thing all of a sudden wants to come back down. In fact, I will. If it comes back down to right around that blue line, I will look to add to the position here now. Oh, gotta come back down. Wow, this is a rough start here, folks. I gotta tell you, this chat box is so quiet. I don't know what's going on. Whoop, I missed. Doggone it. That's what I get for complaining. Doggone it. Come on, give some follow through here. Well. All right, well, is this what kind of live stream we're going to have here, where I just should be scalping everything? Because that first trade would have been a win had it just been a scalp. But I wanted to see if it wanted to work for me, which ended up costing me, which was a losing trade. So I don't know. Right now, it's just going to turn into a situation where I should just be scalping things. And I'll put a sell right there at the red line to add 5 more. So technically that would be adding to a winner at that point. It's not a big winner because that red line is below the... Yes, exactly, Kyle. All right, well, good morning, Clay. It's Monday, shaking off the rust. It's something. I don't know what it is right now. What it is right now is not a trend line break, but I'm trying to see if it does actually want to push down through this trend line. If it does, we'll look to add. But as of now, I'm kind of almost stuck in, not almost, I am. Kind of a low energy day. It is, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. All right, I'm going to move my entry up to here now. Try to get a little bit better of an entry. So red line, I'll add in another 5 MNQ for a total of 10. Okay, I'm in. Throw out a couple of covers down there just in case I do get some sort of spike. But yeah, it's just the trend line. Is it going to break? And then more importantly, is it going to actually get some momentum after it does break? But right now, look at that. Bounced right off my blue line. That's great. Which is essentially where the trend line's at. But yeah, I'm anticipating it. I'm thinking it wants to do it. But if I'm wrong and it doesn't want to do it, well, that's what creates losing trades, being wrong. And right now, what I'm going to do is just add up here because it'll be very close to where my stop would be anyways. So at this point, I mean, why not? This is mainly based off the 5 minute that I'm looking at, which... Let me just get this line out here. That doesn't mean anything at this point. All right. I added some more right there. I do have my a clear-cut line in the sand on the 5 minute. So basically, 500 is my stop. There we go. So there's my stop right there. If I get filled, it'll be for a total of 20. So I'm somewhat aggressive here. Not somewhat. I'm getting aggressive, but I like. Here's a 5 minute too. I mean, I'm within the context of the downtrend. I'm just trying to play this bear pennant pattern, bear flag, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I'm in. So full size now. Stop is my line in the sand is that green line. So it's either going to roll over or it's going to be a relatively painful loser. again, I'll sell out or throw out some scattered orders down there just in case it all of a sudden gives a push to the downside. But that is it. I'm not adding anymore. I'm not doing anything else. At this point, it's just a wait and see. Doesn't want to come down through that blue line, which is my average price. And then the golden goose move would be doesn't want to come back down below that trend line, which so far, that trend line is my mortal enemy. It does not. Now, if you're long, you love that trend line. The bulls have been loving that trend line. Me, not so much. So again, I am short, so I want to see prices come down. Right, not good when it bounces right off the blue line because that is my average price. Not good. Sometimes the market is so cruel. Look at that. Had the price gone below it, I'm in the green. So the market was like, let's get Clay's hopes up. Let's act like we're about to go green and then bounce right off of that area. Welcome to the cruel nature of the market. But it's either I'm right or wrong. Either this bear pennant on the 5-minute is going to play out or it's not. And if it doesn't, then I am wrong. So at this point, it's just a game of waiting to see what happens. I'm still feeling I'm not feeling terrible about it. I still like it. Now, would I like it if it made the move sooner than later? Yes, but right now, I'm not going to say that I've lost all hope in it or anything like that. But setting up under your affiliate, completed eval in 7 days. Doubt I will last for long. Good job, Keith. And thank you for using code Clay. I appreciate that. Again, blue line is my entry point. I am short. All those green lines down below are my little miniature targets to try to lock in profits on the way down if it does want to come down. But once again, bounces right off of that blue line. Wow. Where's all the scum? Can't believe it. Yeah, that's true, Kyle. I don't know. 23,495 looking to go down to 23,460. Well, that'd be amazing, Notar. I hope you're right. Are you EMA movement for checking? I have one EMA, which is this green line right here is the 21 EMA. Well, I don't like that candle there from a bearish side of things, but one candle doesn't make or break a chart. Oh, all right. Well, like I said, this is based a lot on the 5-minute here. I like this 5-minute setup. Just trying to go with the trend. Right now, the trend up, down, up, and now I'm thinking, will it roll back over? That remains to be seen. But as of now, it's being stubborn. Blue line is my, like I said, average entry, and it keeps bouncing right off the blue line, which, as I was commenting earlier, is always kind of a cruel joke, the market. I think we've all been there before. You trade it long enough, you'll have that blue line if you use trade with 8. And then that blue line is just a level where the price refuses to, if you want it to go above it, refuse to go above it. In this case, I want it to go below it, and look at it. It just keeps bouncing right off of it. Well, maybe if it breaks down through, I can get, come on, push through. There you go. Hit my first target at least. All right, there you go. First target hit. There we go, another target. Again, could still be a losing trade. All right, let's get... There we go. Just in case it bounces off the trend line. Come on. All right, let's do this. Let's cancel these out, and let's just let it work with 6 now. So I'll put my stop here above these highs, and I'll start to drag it down. I'll throw out another order down here just in case it revisits those lows. But there you go. Worst case, wait, what? How am I out? What did I press? What did I click? Somebody tell me, chat. What did I press? Did I click exit? Oh. When? Do you remember what? Before or after I changed that to 6? Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. Okay, I think I had all these orders out here down here for my profit targets. Remember all those? Then I was like, all right, well, let me quickly get rid of all those. So I click that, just thinking, because that button does also cancel everything. I think that's what I did. I clicked that thinking, I forgot about the exit part, and I was like, all right, let me just cancel all these out. That must have been when I did it. Well, so as of now, I should still be in the trade if it wasn't for my own moronic button pressing errors. I should still be in the trade with 6 cent or MNQs. Well, I'll try to spin this in just for my own mental well-being. Good job, Clay, being patient. Good job not freaking out. Good job letting the pattern play out. So good job, Clay. There we go. Yeah, if you're new with my platform, that button there, which is a great button to press, not only does it cancel all your orders out there, which is a good reason to press it, just to make sure if you forgot about an order by pressing that button, it'll cancel it. But it does also exit you if you're in a position. Why do Sly Lou? Just stop. That makes no sense, Sly Lou. Stop saying it could be a losing trade. So stop telling the reality of the matter. See every trade as an exploration of possibilities. Yes, and one of those possibilities is it could be a losing trade. I mean, if that little mental voodoo works for you, Sly Lou, that's cool. But like, that's just, I mean, that seems like absolute playing word games to me. But if those word games help you, fine. But I mean, I'm going to sit here and just be realistic. Every time you take a trade, it could be a losing trade, which is why you want to manage risk. But I do agree. Instead of saying it could be a losing trade, I would probably sound really smart if I said it's an exploration of possibilities. So thank you for your thoughts. But yeah, that seems like word salad nonsense to me. But if it works for you, if that sort of word salad works for you, then cook it up. They seem to want to consolidate. Cannot confirm or deny that I pressed the exit button by mistake before also. Well, that makes me feel better. That makes me feel... Good morning. There is an early morning high of 580. Are there any longs today looking at... I don't know. Check out Tom's message. Anybody looking for what he's looking for? As a reminder, hit that like button. I'd like to get this pushed up to the 50 likes. That's always our first kind of milestone marker. So if you have not yet hit that like button, make sure to do so. Got 300 on that short. Swapping account. Nice job, MJ. Bart's got a limit long at 464 with a 10-point stop loss. Also have a limit short. All right, Bart, I appreciate you giving the trade plan and so on ahead of time. That's what we like to do around here. If you want the chef's kiss, give us your entry point, your target, and your stop loss before, I repeat, before the price gets there. And then that's where we can all see how things play out. I have your best interest at heart. I'm not sure how that's relevant. I never said you didn't have my best interest at heart, Sly Lou. I say this with all due respect, Sly Lou. I really do. But is English your first language? It seems like we're kind of talking past one another. Because you seem to have thought that I was implying that you don't have my best interest at heart. I never said that. I just said that what you said is kind of a word salad. But if that word salad works for you and your trading, then use that word salad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting the impression that English might not be your first language, which is fine. That's the one thing that I've learned. I can't assume from everybody here that everybody here is from America, where English is their first language. Good morning. You should collab with... I don't know who that is, but I don't do collaborations. I just keep my head down and try to do my own thing. No news today, so PA is going to be expected. There you go, MJ. I like it. I like it. Look at that. All those numbers right ahead of time. That's how you do it right there, folks. That's some good stuff. Good stuff there from MJ. Love it. Hey, let's get 4 more likes if we can in about 5 seconds. Try to push this at 50 likes by the 30-minute mark. We're close. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this line here. Now, keep in mind that within the trade that I just took, this is all within the context of what seems to be the overall just kind of chop. sideways channel right here. But there can be money made within channel, so that's what we're trying to do right now. Oh, I don't know. I probably should. It's with 2. I'm doing it with 2. There you go. Just 2. Nothing huge. But I'm going to kick myself if this thing just goes. Come on now. Now, if it doesn't, I'm glad I only have 2 MQ. Come on. Give us another push to the downside. Gave you the 40-something. Well, thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. There is no losing here at Trading with Clay, folks. Oh, no, there is losing. There is losing. There's losing money. There's losing minds. There's losing dignity. Whoa, hey! What was that? Still got 1 left. What time? That was... Come on, let's get some more snapping to the downside here. Did somebody say something or what? Man, I put my buyer and it didn't show up until like 3 seconds later. That was a terrible fill in that first one. All right, I'll take that out right there. Let me, I don't know. I think a Trump tweet would have been more devastating than, maybe he did tweet something. I don't know. It's a random time, so yeah. Is there a Trump tweet out there? I see your lower trend line and totally disrespect it. Who's I? The price or you? Who's disrespecting the trend line? That trend line was right there respected. Well, I'm glad I at least picked up 2. Of course, in hindsight, I'm like, why didn't I pick up like 10? But that's hindsight for you. Oh, the price. I see your trend line and totally disrespect it. Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, if you're short, that's the exact attitude. We don't want any respect shown towards that trend line. I guess that's a short could argue that it respected it by breaking and then flushing. But I see what you're saying. Yes. Hey there. All right, 53 likes. Good stuff here. Good stuff. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Well, that was so there is the bear pennant. For those of you that have been on the stream for the past, I don't know, 20 minutes, I was trying to play this. And I did play it decently, but then a logistics error kind of took me out. But I'm glad I did take that break right there. Now, did I have any idea it would get that snappy to the downside? I didn't, but there's the bear pennant playing out. And that's why I like the live stream. There's no hindsight here. You all heard me talk through it. But congrats. Is anybody making money from the bear pennant up here? Give me a 2 if you're short right now or if you were short and you made money. So I'll give it 2 because I did make some money. I mean, I'm out of the trade now, but I did make some money on it. You all witnessed it here. Nas, Keith, Jocko, Subtac. That's all right. Better than 0, Nas. 2, Travis. Wow. So do we know, did Trump, what's the news? Something happened for sure. Nice job, Keith, 1K. Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder what happened here. Sitting on hands, made 160. Good job. Congrats. I don't know. No change to Fed funds. No, that can't be it. No, Fed funds rate, that's like the interest rates, right? Or am I confused? That there's no way that's always a 2 p.m. Eastern time announcement. Preview. What do you mean a preview? I'm going to try to get long right there. If price wants to come back up to that green line. Risky trade kind of, but I can have myself a relatively tight stop. Seeing if this does want. Now, I don't want to see this price drop down too much further, or else that's going to wreck my risk profile. Okay, I'm in. Oh, you rat. That was supposed to be the quick scalp, and I missed it. Let's see if it wants to give me another chance at it. There we go. So just took a little scalp on that one. Ceasefire between... I know, I thought the ceasefire was announced over the weekend. All right, so what we can... It sounds like, or at least from what I'm gathering from the chat room, we can say that it was not a Trump tweet that caused anything. All right, well, now do we get a big old hammer candle right now forming on the MNQ 5-minute. Took a scalp down for a whopping $12. Well, if it was a good habit, that's what matters most. Building good habits. It was a gap. Well, no, yeah, I mean, it was a gap fill, but gaps don't cause gap fills. Oh, the old scalpy. Oh, the old. And that's how you're spelling old. Maybe I've been spelling old wrong all these years. I don't know. Yeah. Took the scalp there. Was a little... Uh-oh. But didn't want to freak out. Trump tweeted for an up movement, but then Powell stepped in. Okay, I think that's a joke. I did see some clips going around. I can't tell. Are those real ones or is that AI? Where like Trump and... Or is the clip where Trump and Powell are kind of arguing in a sense? Is that real or is that an AI clip I saw? They're at the... I'm not sure if that's like a meme or if was that like AI generated. Oh, Powell, I like Powell, man. I like Powell. I'm not going to say he's been an A+ Fed chairman, but I think he's been doing a good job. Oh, I was leaning more so that was just AI. I'm like, that can't be real. That can't be real. It's sad, ironic. It's a whole bunch of things. Impressive that AI has gotten so good so quick that like now you have to just question things. Like I don't even know if that was real. Powell's your daddy. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I also did a scalp. Good job. Check the YouTube shorts with the politics arguing as babies. It's hilarious. If I find some time, I'll have to try to look that up. As all right. You don't think Powell's doing a good job, Matt? Struggling today. Need a few good trades to get back to green. Yeah, Jim. It's been a very snappy, kind of all over the place type of day so far. Like I said, we're in the range. Actually, this move here is finally a break to the downside of the range. But even that, in a sense, don't get me wrong. It's not like shorts got destroyed. There was plenty of opportunity to scalp out, or even if you let the scalp work for you, could have. I mean, what was that? 65 down. I mean, that was still a 25-point breakdown. So it's not like it barely went down and then snapped back up. Oh, gotcha, Matt. All right. Might try a short up around here. If I can get myself a 70, 5-point risk. I will get short there at the red line. Stop will be right here, and we'll see if this thing wants to roll back over. Okay. This line up here is my stop. Blue line is my entry. These green lines are a couple of price targets. We'll see if this is a dead cat bounce and wants to come back down. Clay, for how long have you been, I don't know, trading. I got in the markets in 2006, but I wouldn't call myself a trader then. I was an astute penny stock investor. And by astute, I mean terrible. But it was that pattern day trading rule that got me back in college. No $25,000, no day trading for you. Well, I guess I got to be some sort of investor and try to create and get my money higher. But yeah, since 2006. Again, when did I become a quote-unquote trader? I don't know. But I got involved in the markets in 2006, back in college. Again, I'm short, looking to see if this is a dead cat bounce. And if this, I'm trying to go with the trend. If this is the new trend, down, up, down, that's what I'm wondering right now. Can I get this rollover continuation? So that's what I'm looking for. But it is a question mark at this point. But I am trying to go with the trend here. Didn't want to chase short, but I let the price come up. It's giving me a little bit better of a risk profile. So we'll see if I can get that move or not. Exited my short at 34,450. Did you make money on it? That dip took care of the gap fill. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that gaps don't fill. I'm just saying I would disagree with the logic that the reason why the price made that big spike down was because there is a gap. Like, movements don't happen because there's gaps. Unless you're willing to... Oh. Well, that was... Okay. Let me get those orders out of there. All right, well, I guess this if this is a V shape, well, then shorts are not going to work. Shorts will have losing trades on a VWAP recovery, and that, or on a V shape recovery, and that's what this seems to be. So we had the big move down, and if this thing just creates the V and goes straight back up, shorts such as myself, they'll be well, disciplined shorts are going to have losing trades. Undisciplined shorts might have blown accounts. So I hope any short that is being undisciplined right now is doing so at least in a prop firm account, so that the damage is only a couple $100. But if they're getting undisciplined with their own funds, these moves can be brutal. I might try again at the 21 EMA. I am going to try because I can get a tight stop. Will it get rejected off of here? Let's see. And looking for the rejection off of. But if this is a straight up V shape, well then this will also be a losing trade. But and now if it pushes up too high, it's going to wreck my risk profile. But again, trying to get short, waiting to see if the price wants to come down to that red line. Oh, so close. How am I not filled? I could have sworn that hit me. I guess not. Again, red line. I will be short. I'm in. Ooh, that was a terrible fill. The blue line got shoved down. That was not the greatest fill, but let's see if it wants to come on down. Again, if this is a truly strong move, well, I just got suckered in once again. But that's what happens to shorts that are trying to maybe play dead cat bounces. If it's not a dead cat, you'll get suckered in time after time. Now, I suppose I could have had a scalpy scalp, but I'm looking for, and maybe stupid of me to aim for a scalpy scalp here. Uh-oh. This will be my last short on it, though. And I'm out. All right, I'm done shorting this thing. See, this is what V shapes do. Just, not that this number was always huge, but just took all my gains. Now, this account is still green. These right here are NQ trades from this morning. But yeah, my MNQ trades just went red because V-shapes are dirty rats. But I'm being disciplined. I'm not losing my mind. I'm not going to keep averaging up into oblivion because that is how you will get absolutely destroyed. So I am done taking this short, and maybe the market is going to make them look foolish because this will finally be the top. We're like, haha, Clay. Oh, so close to the top. But nope. Bart might call it a day. Did anybody else take paper cuts on this move? Give me a 2. Any shorts lose some money on this one with me, or am I the only one that was trying to roll this over? Because I really don't feel like going with the explanation, but long story short, this whole live stream was an accident. The live stream has turned me into an afternoon trader, but I've never been a good afternoon trader. Therefore, that's why I reduce risk. You're joining the longs? Uh-oh, careful, Jim. I guess if you think this is a true full-blown V-shape, then join away, but... So now you're going to come down. Look at the 5-minute, though. Hindsight. Guess I should have just waited for the 21 EMA and the 5-minute. Look at that. Which makes perfect sense. Look how the price has rejected it. There. Latest rejection right there. But that is always, that's always hindsight confirmation bias analysis there. What I did was just fine. I'd take that trade again. Waited to see if it wanted to apparently get rejected, and it did, but no follow through before coming up. But, yep, the 21 EMA and the 5-minute. That was the actual golden goose point, it seems. But it is what it is. I really want to try this short again. Like, is this actually... I don't know. I got plenty of wiggle room. Like, one of these has got to come down. If I can make that my stop, I'll take it for a breakdown or get out. Yeah, I'll take that. Mainly due to just the return. Now, if this comes up above that green line, I got to cancel out this trade plan because my risk profile would shift too much. But as it stands right now, I'll take the risk profile here. Again, got to see it come down to that red line. That would be my fill to get short unless it pushes up above the green line. And then, like I said, that's where my risk profile becomes too big, and it is pushing up above there. So, all right, never mind on that one. I guess I could still do it just with 3 instead. Waiting for a back test to VWAP. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I tried, waited for... I'm glad I waited for confirmation because had I just hopped in, that would have more than likely been a losing trade too. So no confirmation more as it continues on up. I do not, Chad. Nope. Do you? Endured X is waiting for the back test to VWAP. Speaking of that, that's a super interesting area actually on the 5-minute. Not only is the VWAP up there that dotted yellow, but if you look closely, there's also a dotted brown, which is a pivot point. And both those areas are essentially one and the same right now. So it's essentially a double whammy of resistance. Now, does that mean that it's going to act as resistance? I'm not saying that, but I would not call you crazy if you were thinking that that area could be a double whammy of resistance and push the price back down from that area. So, yeah, an interesting area up there. As a reminder, if you have not yet, hit that like button. You got to get this thing up to 100 likes sooner than later. If you're new, I use the like. The like button's not a vanity metric. It's just a metric for me to gauge whether or not people are entertained and interested. As long as I know people are entertained and interested, I'll keep the stream going. So I push this thing beyond 4 hours if the interest is there. So like I said, if you want to have a practical impact on if the live stream continues and the party continues and you're enjoying, then hitting that like button has a, like I said, it has a real world impact. I prefer to see it resist on VWAP before going short. Same. Hey, if that's your strategy, go for it. Once again, 5-minute, 21 EMA doing work. Maybe I should be getting short again and just put my stop above here, but I'm a little gun shy on this bounce. I am 0 for 2 on the short side. It suckered me in twice, so I'm a little hesitant. But we'll see if maybe another opportunity arises. But right now, I'm just going to have to SOH, sit on my hands. So doing the SOH order, sit on hands, which is usually the most powerful order for us as traders. I know traders, we think we've got to be trading at all times because we're traders, but the truth of the matter is the vast majority of the time as traders, you're not trading. You're waiting. You're being patient for your setup. Always way easier said than done. Yeah, the 5 minute is super interesting for another short. Like I said, you have a beautiful candle right here below this downsloping 21 EMA. But again, those first two trades, you know, they play those psychological impacts on you. I'm gun shy right now. Should have held my long a bit longer. Well, I mean, yeah, and Bart, you and I, we should have bought Bitcoin at $1 a coin 15 years ago, you know? Easy with the should have game, Bart. Calm down. You wait for the lottery to happen. Yeah, I should have played the lottery and I should have picked those numbers, you know? Is anybody all right, so let's do this because I'm curious. Give me a 1. So if you're new, this is the quick way to just communicate. Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're sitting on your hands doing nothing. So I'm a 3 right now. Again, 1 if you're long currently, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're sitting on hands. Sitting on hands meaning doing nothing, waiting. Ooh, MJ's long. Okay, MJ, okay. Really? There's not more shorts? That's kind of crazy. Maybe I should get short if there's not enough. If there's not, all right, there we go. Tyler Allen. Jaboni's cat just ran across the keyboard apparently at the pizza shop. I thought you were long, Jimbo. All right, most people are just kind of observing, which is fine. Oh boy, this 5 minutes looking kind of tasty. Look at that, 2 candles in a row with these upper shadows, which do suggest sellers. Did I scare you out, Jim? I'm long SPX. Oh, please don't tell me you're day trading SPX options, please. Liv Wilson, if you are day trading SPX options, you are making your life way harder than it needs to be. So anybody here that is a day trader of options, the same thing to you. You are making your life way more difficult than it needs to be. And I can demonstrate that to you quickly from a mathematical standpoint. So if that comment caught your ear, like, wait a second, I'm a day trader of options. What's this guy mean that I'm day trading inefficiently, that I'm making my life harder than it needs to be? I'd be happy to show that. But planning on, well, what's holding you back? What's holding you back? Let's go. I should be short right now, but I just have I have the mental block of 0 for 2. Too much recency effect for me right now. But I should probably be short. That 5 minute is looking. So if I put a stop at 91, I'm right here. That's like a 6 point. Been riding the consolidation up, down. All right, Chris. Well, start to give us some call outs ahead of time, Chris. So I don't recognize the name, so I think you're new. But yeah, for your next trade, give us your entry, your target, and your stop loss. All 3 of those numbers before the price gets to those areas. That's where the ultimate, the chef's kiss of credibility comes along right there. Even if you're wrong, that's okay. Nobody will make fun of you. We're all wrong as traders. That's part of being a trader. But yeah. And that goes for anybody. If you want the chef's kiss of credibility, entry point, stop loss, target, all 3 of those numbers before, I repeat, before the price gets there. But with all due respect to anybody showing up right now and saying you went long right there, I mean, to be fair, maybe that's true, but also to be fair, hopefully you'd understand how everybody would be a little skeptical. But if you said you're going to buy right there when the price was still right there, then that's where the chef's kiss is at, right there. So nothing better than seeing somebody map out their trade plan with those 3 numbers ahead of time. That's good stuff. All right, I am going to get short here, but this is mainly based off that 5-minute, but I want to see the price come down to that red line. So I realize it's a bull pennant, but it is a bull pennant in this overall downwards trending, seemingly trending downwards market. Like that. Everybody look at MJ, the most recent message. That's what I'm talking about right there. Everything mapped out ahead of time. He even gave 2 targets, actually. That's good stuff right there. That's what credibility alerts are made out of. Chef's kiss credibility alerts are made out of right there. Clay, what would you say to your kids if they tell you want to become a trader? You're getting other side, or you're getting other streams of income first. That'd be the first thing I tell them. Well, get other streams of income because you're going to need them. All right, again, that red line there is my entry to get short. This is all based off of the 5-minute right here. We're looking at it on the 2-minute time frame though. Yeah, I'm trying to get short at the red line. Seeing if this 5-minute wants to roll over. I suppose I could, if it pushes up through these highs and then comes down. I'm going to cancel this out. My reasoning being, this whole crazy spike, are we just now right back into this range and just going to stay here? I mean, look at this. We're back inside of the lower part of, so before the crazy move, the price was, this was the bottom of some choppy range. We've recovered right back into the bottom part of this. Is this some sort of new choppy range? So I'm not gonna risk getting chopped up here. That's true, Kyle, yes. And the other thing I would tell them is to use code Clay. So that's the second thing. Make sure you get another stream, make sure you have some streams of income. And then after that, use code Clay. That is great advice, Kyle. In fact, I can think of no better advice than that. But I mean, look at this. I don't know. I'm at such a point of conflict right now. Look at this. Look at this 21 EMA. Just a savage. Look at that. Multiple times pushing the price down. Right now pushing the price down. Does it push it down again? I mean, odds suggest it will. That's what's been going on. But like I said, I'm worried that this whole freak out here was just, whatever it was, drama. And I mean, that quickly, the price, where did it stop going sideways? Well, the lower part of this range anyway. So that's what got me a little leery. So trying to watch and... No, traders, we're like politicians. We're allowed to flip-flop at any moment. I'm allowed to be totally neutral here, but then 2 seconds later, be like, all right, I'm bearish or I'm bullish. So in order to be a good trader, you got to be a politician. You got to be willing to flip your bias. You can have no loyalties as a trader. Just because you start the day bullish, it doesn't make you a bad person if you end the day bearish, or if you go back and forth from bullish to bearish to bullish to bearish to neutral throughout the day. That's okay. Yeah, there's an argument to be made there in politics, fine. But as traders, nah. We got to be savage in our loyalty. We cannot have any loyalty. Loyalty gets you steamrolled. Loyalty creates stubbornness. If you're like, I'm bearish bias today, and then you just stick bearish bias and you refuse to go to, you refuse to flip-flop over to bullishness, even though the chart is telling you otherwise, that's bad. So be a good be a politician. Flip-flop. I was going to say be a good politician, but I don't know. We won't go down that rabbit hole. Because at some point, I respect a politician if they do flip-flop. If they're like, I was wrong about that. I've been convinced otherwise. Okay, fair enough. But like I said, there's kind of a lot of nuance to that discussion, which I'm not really interested. CH guys said Friday that Sunday market would dump because market. Oh, Diego, that is hilarious. You're right. Yeah. I think it was GH that you're referring to. I forgot about that. That is true. That GH guy said Friday that Sunday market would dump because market makers do that every time. What happened? Yeah, good memory, Diego. Yeah, where is that guy? It could have just been a liquidity sweep, but the trend does appear to be bearish. Well, again, it could have been whatever cool thing you want to call it. But yeah, I mean, it could be. That's true. What positions am I holding right now? Well, I'm not holding any positions right now. If I was in a position right now, as far as my platform is concerned, one of those numbers would be fluctuating down there. But no, I'm Victor. With all due respect, I'm not going to go through my investment portfolio here. I have many ETFs, stocks, CEFs in my retirement accounts, but like this is not. I'm here. I'm day trading right now, brother. Hey, Jeff, good morning. So I'm glad that I never did take that. I don't think I would have been filled anyways, now that I look at it. So another benefit to waiting for confirmation. I mean, right now for day trade, I mean, that's my friend, I just told you that, Victor. I'm not holding anything. Like I said, if you look down here, see how those numbers are not fluctuating? That means I'm not holding anything. That was a crazy gap up when market opened yesterday. I don't know. Was it crazy? I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I know it was because of the EU deal, which I don't know how I feel about that. Is that good? Is that beneficial when they do it when the futures market is closed? Are those moves just better when the market's open and you're getting that? I suppose the answer to that would be, well, that depends, Clay. Am I in a position before that happens? If so, I don't know. Because I could get wrecked. I mean, granted, it could also benefit you. So there's probably a contingency. Yeah, I think it's better when those sorts of things are announced during the day, but only if I'm not in a position. Because if I can enter into it fresh and trade it, I think that's a good thing. Do you think open is bullish? Well, Victor, you are way too new. You need to do a lot more learning. That's a very dangerous question you just asked. Very dangerous. You just put yourself in an extremely dangerous position. How so? Well, you provided zero context. So, for example, let's say you're asking about open, is it bullish from a day trading standpoint? But then I assume you're talking about it from an investment standpoint. And I give you all these thoughts from an investor standpoint. That is irrelevant and actually very dangerous information to somebody that cares about it from a day trading standpoint. Or vice versa. Let's say you're asking about it from a day or from a investor standpoint, and then I go and I assume you're asking about it from a day trading standpoint. And I give you all my thoughts from a day trader viewpoint. That's dangerous. That's irrelevant information from an investor. So given the fact you did not know to specify more context within your question, that tells me you're very new, which is totally fine. We all start off as new traders. So what I think is that you need to pause your trading and investing and go do way more learning because you are still too new. If you're asking questions like that, that tells me you don't have the full understanding of where you should be in order to have your money on the line. So that's what I think. Worry nothing about open right now. Focus on your own learning because you have a lot more to do. All right, 5 minute. We are at the 50 period simple moving average right here, which also has a little bit of a track record, both there and there of knocking the price down. I am too scared to get short at any of these areas because it's just turning into... Now, what's interesting, though, is I was talking earlier about this sideways channel. So the top of the sideways channel that the price is entered into is right up here. So we'll see if the price can get pushing up through there or not. Fair. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Victor. Sometimes I give people that answer, and they're highly offended. And I'm just like, well, I'm just telling you that because I don't want you to go get roasted. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm 150 away from hitting profit target on TPT. Nice job. How do you think I should adjust my strategy so I can safely meet the goal and not blow the... Well, I mean, just all you need is 150 more. So you can clearly be quite... Don't go changing your strategy. The only strategy you should change is you can be quite a bit aggressive within your trading. So I would say, I guess to answer your question, just be a little bit more aggressive. You don't need to... you can afford to be more aggressive. In other words, who really cares if you leave extra money on the table because you only need 150 right now? Because nothing above your target does you any good. So I guess now that I talk out loud and think through it, that'd be the You just got to be more aggressive. You don't need to worry about letting the trade work for you, or you don't have to be like, well, I don't want to leave money on the table. No, it doesn't matter, because anything above 150 makes no difference as far as your test is concerned. So I'd say get more aggressive. And once again, I feel good about just not shorting, because I don't think, shorting at VWAP, I don't know. I don't think so. This all of a sudden seems like it's one of these slow and steady grinds that's going to just whisper into the short's ears, hey, I'm about to roll over. And then it's just like, just kidding, brother. Just kidding. That's what this sort of movement feels like to me right now. Could totally be wrong. Hey, let's get 10 more likes here. Let's get this up to 100 likes. That's always a first key hurdle. We're a little behind pace. Usually I like to get up to 100 likes by the hour mark, but we're only at an hour, 6 minutes. So if you have not yet hit that like button, do so. It makes a difference. I'm wanting to start day trading. How is the best way? I watch so many videos and I still don't understand the majority of it. Yeah, I know. Because here, check this out. That makes sense. Well, it's all for free out there. Yeah. And now you're going to be able to, and you're not learning anything because you're totally overwhelmed. So I'd give this a try. I'd check this out. Estate. Everybody is welcome to check it out. I'm linking to Estate Sale Junkie. Oh, Estate Sale Junkie. So she likes to go grocery shopping, garage selling, which is a good. Here we go. Here's, as we wait for things to play out, quick little relationship advice, fellas out there. If you can find yourself a woman that doesn't mind hand-me-down clothes, that doesn't mind going to garage sales or like Goodwill or thrift stores, snatch her. That's good. That's good. That's quality right there. So Estate Sale Junkie. She seems like a keeper. If she's all about estate sales, that means she's into bargains. That's what we want. There we go. There's my relationship advice that nobody asked for. Especially with kids, their clothes, they grow out of things so fast. Why don't buy new? Just take some hand-me-downs. Go to the thrift store. Good grief. I think shoes are the worst. Grow like weeds. I think if it tests the resistance at 525, okay, well 525 is a long ways away, brother. So we'll cross that bridge if it gets up there. All right, 5 more likes. All right, we're making a push. I like it. Hit the like button if you are somebody that is a thrifty person. Let's see, we're at 95 likes. How many thrifty people do we have in here? Well, you can buy Jordans for your toddler if you find them at a thrift store for like 75 cents. But yes, do not buy Jordans for your toddler. Well, I don't know, unless you can make the argument that they might be worth a lot of money 10 years from now. Really? We only have one thrifty person here? Oh, there we go. We have 4 thrifty people. That's kind of sad. Awesome, Estate Sale Junkie. That's true. Best way to get Jordans for your toddler is to get me hand-me-downs. Already hit it, but my wife beelines it to the clearance rack in the store first. Yup, that's a good sign. She sounds like a keeper to me. I think that might be a good test. A good test for your, when you have a girlfriend. You go to a store that has 2 choices. You have the clearance rack or like the non-clearance rack. See which way she goes. And if she heads to the clearance rack, you walk over and you get down on one knee and you propose just like that. Even if it's a first date, it don't matter. Even if you just met her 5 minutes ago. You know what? This may or may not be creepy, so don't trust. But you just sit there. So you put on a trench coat with like one of those black hats and dark glasses, and you just sit at the opening, at the entrance to any store that has clearance racks and non-clearance racks. And then any woman that walks, of course, check her finger. If there's no ring there, okay. And if she goes to the clearance rack, you just walk up and you just get down on one knee and propose right there. That's it. That's it. I don't think you'll creep her out. That seems like a winning model. That's how I would do it. If you do it though, and you get thrown in jail, I will not pay for your legal fees. Okay, that's my only disclaimer. Even if there is a ring, say, wow, savage. Savage advice, even if there is a ring. Wow. Verse ace is not messing around. Drop her target. Very true, Clay. So many manipulate us into being sugar daddies. I don't, yeah. I have no idea. I've been married almost, let me do the math here. Carry the one, double integral, 4-year series. For all you math geeks, you're getting some of the jokes there. 19, yeah, this September will be 19 years, right? I think so. Yeah, 19. Yeah. So that's just my long way of saying I've been out of the dating game for quite a while. No, that's all right. There's nothing really going on. So why not do some, we go off topic sometimes, but yes, we're just waiting. We're just waiting to see what happens. I suppose right now there's a bit of a bull flag-ish forming, but that's all. I would not disagree with you if you're like, Clay, I think you're trying to fit a square peg through a round hole. I don't think, like I said, I wouldn't offer much pushback. Hey, John C., have a good one. I'm 2 minutes delayed on the stream. Whoops. Nah, we were still on the topic, though. Coco Chini. No. I mean, if anything, you got to get the woman to be your sugar daddy or sugar mama. That's what I had. Greatest thing ever, if you can pull that off. When I got married, I still had 1 year left of school. But my wife was graduated because she got a 2-year degree. So our first year of marriage, while I was finishing up at Ohio State, she was working. Oh my, that was the life. I I'd do some homework. I worked on my book business, and that's also when I was getting into trading and investing. But yet, I didn't have to go to work every day. Oh my goodness. If you can land yourself a sugar mama, that's the holy grail, the sugar mama. That is the holy grail. Best 9 months of my life. So if you can pull off the sugar mama, that's how you do it. Dating game equal haven't gone on a date in years. You don't take your wife on dates? Chris, entry 496. I like it, Chris. There we go. Everything, I think, ahead of time. Yep, okay. Yeah, I like it. I don't know. To be fair, maybe it got filled right there. I'm not sure. But I like it, Chris. Thank you. Everything up ahead of time. That's good stuff there. Hey, Zach Wilson, how are you? How dare you spend payouts on your wife? I know. What a scumbag. Hey, nice. Hey, there you go. Nice, Chris. See? Now we can all look at Chris and be like, hey, man, he called that up. He called it. I guess where's his target at? 490.25? Okay, so he was looking for a very pretty tight scalping. Well, good job. Chris got it. See? And that's cool. Like, we can all now look at Chris and be like, hey, man, great call. Good job. Congrats. John, not married. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Hey, TJP. Looking long entry 484. Target 495. Where's 484? Okay. So, all right. Skep 3K is in. Where's your stop loss? 479. Okay. Stop loss is down there. Target is 495. All right. Uh-oh. TJP looking a little sketchy right now, but he's still got some wiggle room. But I love it. I love it. People giving their trade plans ahead of time. That's how we do it. And again, just to remind people, if you're wrong, that's okay. If anybody makes fun of you, they will be banned immediately. Because it takes courage to do what you're doing. It takes courage to throw out a trade plan ahead of time. And everybody is wrong from time to time. So there's no shame in being wrong. But it is way better when people give their trade plans ahead of time as opposed to, like I said earlier, somebody showing up and like, yeah, hey, I went long right there. Okay, maybe. But if you're telling us when the price is still right there that you're going to get long right there, and then we all watch what happened, oh man, we're all going to be high-fiving you. That's going to be great. All right, Chris is trying again. Entry 486, stop 491, 486. Okay, looks like he needs it to come down to him. Man, I took a long earlier at 437, took 13 points, should have held it longer. I'm happy. Well, as I said earlier, yeah, TJP, yeah, you and I, who was the other person that played the should have game? I don't remember. Bart, was it? But I don't know. Me, you, and somebody else. Yeah, we should have bought Bitcoin at $1 a coin too back 20 years ago, huh? Is there a good book if I don't know about futures? Well, do you already trade right now, John? Johnny P looking, I love it. Look at all these trade plans popping up. That's good stuff here. The room is filled with chef's kiss alerts right now. That's all great stuff. I love it. Good job to all of you. That's what it's all about there. Again, to reiterate, even if you're wrong, that is okay. That happens to everybody. There is zero shame in putting a trade plan if it doesn't work out. I think there is shame if you just show up, you hindsight trade, you armchair quarterback. I mean, that anybody can do that. That is shameful. But if you're showing up like Johnny, Chris, MJ, who else is giving us trade? Scalp 3K, love it. Options, not futures. Okay. And then what do you use to make your decisions in the world of futures, John C? Are you using the chart? So when you're trading options, do you use the chart to make your decisions? I promise I'm going somewhere with all this because a lot of people suffer from what I think you're suffering from, which is it's not dumb on your part. I understand. I'm going to draw this trend line here, but this might be stupid because I'm just curious. Is it? Okay, yeah, that's a decent trend line. I don't know if I trust it, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it. We'll see if it wants to. Okay, charts, yes. Okay, John. Well, then you are 97% of the way there to trading futures because futures are chart. I mean, futures are the same thing as options in the sense of there's a value and that value changes. So if you're already using charts to trade options, the only and the biggest difference for you would just be, well, now you're using charts to trade futures. So if you, for example, I love bull flags in options. Well, great news. Bull flags exist in futures. I don't know, maybe you're a crypto trader. I love the cup and handle pattern in crypto. Well, good news. Cup and handles exist in futures too. So, but I did say you're only 97% of the way there. So I'll teach you. Is anybody else in John's boat? Give me a 1. If you're intrigued, you want to do futures, but you're like, yeah, but now I got to go learn futures, or where do I learn futures? Give me a 1. Is anybody else in John's boat? What is a mathematical advantage of futures versus options? Oh, wow. Mark, when your own mods are trolling you, it's just ridiculous. Like, almost like they need to lose their jobs. It's crazy. Okay. So, again, for all you that gave me a 1, the first question to ask yourself is whatever you trade, if you answer the question, well, what do you use to make your decisions? If you're saying, well, I use charts to make my decisions, well, then you are already 97% of the way there to trading futures because futures are just charts. But what about the other 3%? Well, I'm going to quiz everybody right here. So futures from this point up to this point, so if the price were to go from here to here, if you look at these numbers, there's a difference of 10. And in futures, things are measured in points. So the key question in futures is to ask this: how much is 1 point worth? So whatever futures contract you're trading, all you have to ask is how much is 1 point worth? So let's just do the NQ because this is one of the very popular ones out there. So on the NQ, 1 point is worth $20, okay? And this is all per contract. So let's just say a trader says to you, hey, I had one contract of NQ and I just got 10 points on it. How much money, how much profit did that person make? Again, they're saying I have one contract, I just made 10 points, and each one of those points is worth $20. How much did they make? For all of you that are interested in futures but think you got to learn a whole bunch or think that it's super complicated, that's what I'm asking. Answer that question. Again, trader says I had one NQ contract and I just got 10 points on it. How much dollars and cents did they make? Okay, we are at the trend line. I'm not going to take it, though. I'm just kind of watch this out of observation. I'm mainly looking for John's answer, but again, I'm extending it out to anybody that may be in John's camp also. Where'd John go? Some other people gave me ones. Zulu Froggy, Johnny P, KK, where are your answers at? There you go, Johnny. Come on, John C, stop getting distracted. Don't Don't get distracted by other chatters. I'm quizzing you right now. I'm trying to prove to you that futures is super straightforward. Assuming you don't know the chart, like I said, you're already 97% of the way there. KK is going to send me into an early grave. All right, KK. If a trader says that they make 10 points and they own one NQ contract and 1 point is worth $20, how much dollars and cents did they make? Again, I had one contract of NQ. I just got 10 points. How much dollar? Okay. Good job, KK. John C. 1 point is worth $20. A trader says, I had one contract and I just made 10 points on it. How much dollars and cents did they make if each point is worth $20? Okay, there we go. So now everybody is 99% of the way there to understanding futures. You're 99% of the way there. Here's the final question. Now let's say this trader was like, I had 3 contracts of NQ and I made 10 points. How much did that person make? Again, I had 3 contracts of NQ and I made 10 points. How much did that person make? Again, these numbers right here were based off of 1 contract. Wow, nice breakdown here. I personally just didn't trust it. Malik, Johnny, Celtic, KK. Still waiting for John. I swear, I'm retiring from live stream. If John C's like, what was the question? I will lose my mind. I'm hanging it up. Good job, Zulu Froggy. I might take this short on a back test of this line up here. If this thing wants to come back up here to this trend line, this form a little clump here of supports. We'll see if it acts as resistance. There you go, 600 from John C. Exactly. So you got, okay, and then final question. Trader's like, I got 1 NQ contract and I'm risking 5 points. How much is that person risking? Again, I have 1 NQ contract. I'm risking 5 points on this trade. How many dollars and cents is that person risking? Again, I have 1 NQ contract and my risk on this trade, I'm looking at my trade plan. I'm risking 5 points. How much dollars and cents is that person risking? John C. Doggone it. 5 points, John C. 1 point is worth $20. How fast did that go up there? Was that a spike or did it slowly go up there? Good job. Everybody, the answer is $100. There you go. You literally now understand futures. That's it. Again, if you already use a chart, you're 97% of the way there. The final 3% is just understanding how points work. So if you can do that basic math, which you all just proved you can do, there you go. There you go. Now, I will say that because of this fact right here about futures, of how they move, and they move very quickly, that is where the prop firm is very, very powerful. Not only is low capital needed to get started with a prop firm, but it's just that added risk control of being able to protect your money because you put very little money in. And the prop firm that I'm using and that I recommend is this one right here, Take Profit Trader. So, I mean, on just the low end of things, now if you make sure to use code CLAY so you get the 40% off, but for 25K purchasing power, it would be $90. And that is your risk. That is literally your risk. So if you go and blow the account because you violate the rules and you lose more than the $1,500, that you don't lose $1,500 out of your pocket like it would be if you were using your own funds. You just lose the account. Therefore, you only lose $90 because that was the cost of the account. But you can make a whole lot more than that. And this is where the ROIs get spun out of control in a good way. I did this video, it released yesterday. So right here. Because some people will critique, well, you have to split the profits. And it's like, fair critique. But this one right here, and I use some of my data, shows that even with the profit split, the ROIs are insane. And the ROIs are insane because your risk up front, the capital required up front, are so minimal. So I guess I'll link this in the chat if anybody wants to check it out. But insane ROIs. So yeah. Because again, that's one thing people throw, well, yeah, but prop firms, you have to split your profits. That's true. But again, check out that video and you'll see when you look at the ROI calculation and just your return on investment, prop firms, you get like scam-like results. What was it? I want to say, I don't know if he's here right now, Big Tick Energy, what he goes by. But he had one situation. It was like 6,800% return on investment in just like a month or something, or maybe a couple months, I don't know. But it was like a scam, like that's not real type stuff. But when you look at the math and you look at how prop firms work and how they allow you to keep your risk, your capital so minimal, because that's what the ROI calculation is based off of. I mean, it makes sense how those insane ROIs are created, especially if, even with profit splits. All right, we're back at this area here. What would this risk be? 85 up to, okay, not even 10 points. All right, we'll see if I get my lunch 8 again from the short side. I am 0 for 2 on this one, census bounce, playing this short. So odds are you should probably go long right now. If you want to make money, go long. Put out a couple orders just in case there's a quick snap down. But yes, odds are this one has been eating my lunch today every time I played it short. I'm looking for a rejection off of the back test here in this clump of areas. But like I said, my track record is not strong on this one today from the short side. With prop firm, let's say you have 50K account, you can only lose by one kind. No, Johnny P, if you have the 50K, you could get up as high as 6. So those NQs that we just did the math on, you could have 6 of those. And that's per trade. And with futures, because there's no pattern day trade rule, you have unlimited trades. So you could, within each trade, you could only go up to 6 of those NQs, for example. But as soon as that trade is done, then you could start a whole new trade again. This is literally, I'm about to be 0 for 3 here today on the short side. Census bounce at least. I started off with some nice winners, but give me $100 and I can maybe provide it, or worst case, you can lose. Yeah, exactly, Aaron. That's the model. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's $100 at risk. Whereas if you're doing futures with your own money, anybody here that trades futures knows that $100 can go just like that. Can I trade futures with Apex? I don't know about Apex, but yes, the one I'm using, you can with India. Take Profit Trader, the one who I'm using, Potato Man, they are available to those in India. Yep. I am with Take Profit Trader, Johnny P. And then within Take Profit Trader, I am using. So step 1 would be you'd select the purchasing power, and then I'll ask you what platform you want. And I'm using Tradeovate. That is what you see here on the live stream. All right. All right, here we go. Now coming back down. Now can we get some follow through, please? Nope. Are you serious? What is this? Did everybody see that, or am I just crazy? Did everybody see how I was actually in the green for a second, and then it just... All right. I'm done with it. All right. All right. Can somebody give me a 1? Did anybody see how fast that went? Like how I was in the green, and then all of a sudden I was just gone? All right. Thanks, Johnny. Sounds good. The drawdown is just the amount you're allowed to lose. That's it, Potato Man. That's it. That's the amount you are allowed to lose. So if your drawdown is 2,000, then don't lose more than 2,000. And it'll always be 2,000 assuming you're making money. Now, if it's 2,000 then you lose 500 one day, the next day your drawdown will be 1,500. But if you are always having profitable days, it doesn't matter. The amount they'll allow you to lose is still just $2,000 because the drawdown is trailing you. Because they're trying to keep you extra focused on risk management, which is a good thing. Man, that was wild. Well, I guess the power of stops. That would have been a painful trade had I not stopped out. Well, now we're sitting here right below the pink line, 200 period simple moving average, and also the VWAP, which is that dotted yellow line. But good questions here, good questions. Yeah, that was a crazy move indeed. I want to go short again, but I'm not. Because this is just, my ego can't take it anymore. So. But I could see getting short here, stop up above that dotted yellow line. But too many of you will laugh at me if I get short again and lose money. And I don't want the chat to be laughing at me. It hurts my feelings, so I'm not going to do it. Shorting 503.50, risking 10 points to get 10 points. Roger that. Thanks, Jeff, for interacting with Potato Man. Hopefully, my explanation with your effort here is a good team effort. No, not the timeout yet. Because I'm still, I'm still refraining from going long or from short, but we're getting close. Maybe. So if we make, let's say, drawdown is 2,000, we're up 4K. Now if we lose 2,000, yeah, if you're up 4,000 one day, the next day you would think, okay, so now I can lose 6,000, right? Because I was at 2,000 as the original, but I just made 4. But no, because it follows you up, it's still just going to be 2. Now, once you get to the pro accounts and stuff, then it will stop following you eventually, and then you can build it up. So where theoretically you could have a $15,000 losing trade and still not lose your prop account. But yeah, during the test phase, it is following you up because I want you to stay extra disciplined and extra focused on risk management. I've only invested once for fun because my ex-girlfriend thought it was good. I knew it was likely throwing away $1,200. She made over $7,000 since listening to me instead. Oh, not bad. Hey, Aaron, please, why do I get the impression you're out there wasting your time with small cap nonsense? Why do I get that impression that you're out there day trading small cap stocks? Why? Do you understand how inefficient that is? How in this day and age, it makes mathematically no sense to day trade small cap stocks where you're looking for short squeezes or any of that stuff. But Clay, they move so fast. Not really. That's one of my favorite things to do on the live stream is take the small cap traders, like, give me your best trade. And then Pam's Plant, again, Pam's Plant being the argument to day trade futures through a prop firm, makes it look like nothingness. All it does is prove that you're taking on way too much risk to make less money and you need crazy moves. Where in futures, you can take on way less risk. You don't even need that big of moves, yet you still make way more money. So yes, I understand 5-10 years ago, day trading small caps made a whole lot of sense because there really weren't any other alternatives. But with the invention of micros in the futures world, and then on top of that, prop firms, it mathematically makes zero sense to be taking on the amount of risk that is taken on when day trading all those small cap stocks. I know some people are like, look how big they move. And they do move big, but the math, when you actually peel it back and look at it, it just doesn't make sense. You're so right. Futures is much better. Thank you. Yeah. Pam's Plan is undefeated. Anybody that has been a day trader of, crypto or options or, stocks or whatever has come back, or Forex has come back and said, oh yeah, I'm never going back to that. Futures is way better. I prefer dividends long term. Rarely there's squeeze potential. But IPOs and squeezes are easy if diligent. Well, I mean, I agree they're easy, but that's a pretty big condition you put on there, if diligent. Like, that's a pretty big if. But yeah, it sounds like, Aaron, what we're doing here is we're day trading. What you're describing is like investing. and maybe like swing trading. So that's not what we're doing here. This is you know, day trading, not looking to hold things for very long at all. Now, if you are wanting to get into day trading, then yeah, day trading futures through a prop firm, I would argue, is the most efficient way to go about it. But right now it seems like, yeah, right now it doesn't seem like you're actually interested in day trading, which is fine. I'm just saying that's what we're doing here on this stream. My concern is about if you're in test stage, you can use more than 6 contracts, or you can use each order. Well, no, if you're, well, it depends what test you're in. It depends what test size. So if you're in the 100K purchasing power, well, then you could get up to like 12 NQ contracts, for example. If you're in the 150K purchasing power one, you could get up to 15 NQ contracts, which is insane. Because again, think back to that math we were doing. 1 point is $20 per contract, and then you have 15 of those. So what is it? 15 times 20? So yeah, if you have 15 NQs, then every point that it moves is worth $300. So from this move up to here, so if it makes just a modest move of 10 points and you have 15 NQs, well, then we got to multiply that by 50 or by 10. I mean, that's $3,000. Like I said, modest movement right there, 3,000. But again, that's 15 NQ. That's a lot. But that's also why you just have to laugh and be like, oh yeah, well, I trade small cap, low float, short squeezes. Those things move quick. It's like, no, not really. Not really when you understand Pam's plant. How many accounts you using with trading with? I don't copy trade right now, Potato Man. But with Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts that you can copy trade. I day trade futures and move a portion of that into my wheel dividend account. Awesome. I like that strategy. That's good stuff there. Yeah, DJP. Keep on working on it. It sounds like you've identified the issue. Yes, Johnny. It is waived. And it takes, depending, all of them are different. So 50K purchasing power. The test is you've got to show that you can make 3,000, but don't lose 2,000. If you get more purchasing power, so 100K purchasing power, well now, because you have more purchasing power, you can make more money. So that's why the profit target here becomes you got to, in order to pass the test, make 6,000, but they want you to manage that risk, so don't lose 3. So the requirements of the test are going to be different based off of the purchasing power. I'll get there, Mark. I'll get there. Everybody needs to chill out. Like, people wonder, like, Clay, how you been in the game for over almost 20 years? Because I chill out. I don't rush things. I used to rush things, and it gets me destroyed. Everybody's in too much of a hurry. Everybody's in too much of a hurry, and then people wonder why people can't fail or why people struggle so much. I'm not saying that if you take your time, therefore you're going to find success, but I think there's a lot of value in just not rushing, chilling out. Good grief. I've been reprimanded for day trading in the past. Yeah, because you mean the pattern day trade rule, right, Aaron James? You had too many day trades? Is that what you mean by reprimanded? Do you have to trade daily on Take Profit Trader Funded? You do not. Nope. Hey, Ace, yeah, good to see you. Where you been? Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's try to push this up to at least 125 likes. DJ Magic, welcome. Did I miss you? I don't know. Should I have? Should I know that name? The rule is exactly what it sounds like, Tom. If your profit target's 3,000, then don't make more than 1,500 in a day. Only during the test phase, though. Okay, what? As long as you want, Johnny. Take your time. You can take your time, but I say get it done within a month so that you don't have to pay that monthly fee again. Well, that's the thing, Aaron. You're literally making the argument for what I'm talking about. You're saying, well, I get reprimanded. Well, yeah, you got reprimanded because you violated the pattern day trading rule, which is where it starts off up here. With futures, you know that pattern day trading rule that caused you to get, in your words, reprimanded? That rule doesn't exist. So you can be a day trader with unlimited trades. So exactly, Aaron. That's why I'm saying Pam's plant for the win. Everything else is garbage. You don't get reprimanded for making a bunch of day trades in futures because there is no pattern day trading rule. Let's go. Come on, Aaron. It's time to start to work harder or smarter, not harder. I have, yes. You're not educating me. Well, then what are you talking about getting reprimanded? Aaron, you got to learn how to communicate better than Aaron. I don't know what to tell you. Because you're coming across like you need educated. 1 minute you're talking about short squeezes. 1 minute you're talking about investing. Now you're saying, well, I'm a day trader, but I got reprimanded. But I day trade all the time. Okay, see, that's important. When I started, that would have made such a big difference. I want to make sure I'm being fair. I've been reprimanded for day trading in the past. Oh, okay, yeah. Had you said when I started, I was reprimanded for day, yeah, that would have made a big difference in that statement. But I'm glad you're past that stage. If you make more than the profit target in a month time, it's unnecessary. As soon as you get past it, though, you don't have to wait the full month. As soon as you get by the minimum 5 days, then they'll move you to the pro, Johnny. And I notice you argue with Chad a lot. Oh, I'm relaxed. And I'm not arguing. I'm giving you constructive feedback. Your communication was lacking. Had you just said when I got started, then that whole thing could have been avoided. So I'm giving you feedback. But I'll know I'll try to relax. I will take your feedback too, so I'm not a hypocrite. So let's each take each other's feedback. You learn how to communicate better. I'll do my best to relax. And there we go. We found the common ground of hearing each other out on what our critiques are. Frank Long at pullback to 94, stop 86. All right, Frank. All right, I like it. Any opinion on MSTR? Well, yeah, no, I agree. I could have asked, or you could have just told me. Like, that doesn't advance the conversation. If you were mentoring someone who wanted to become a full-time trader, future trader in 2 to 3. All right, Potato Man, just sign up for this. Okay, Potato Man. I think this will help you out. And everybody here is invited, but definitely with questions like that, Potato Man, I think you'll find some value in that. It'll be this Thursday, brother. Oh no, he's ace. He's fine. He's fine. He thinks I need to relax. That's fine. I think I mean provable. He needs to communicate better. That's all. We've each given one another some constructive criticism. So that's good stuff. So he's fine. Chris, as far as my opinion on MSTR, probably don't worry about it. Do some more learning. Dangerous question. Dangerous question that you just asked. You did not specify from what angle you're asking about. For example, let's say you're asking about it from an investing standpoint, but I assume you're asking about it from a day trader standpoint, and I give you my day trader thoughts. That's actually very risky, very irrelevant information for what you're asking about. So the fact that you didn't know to kind of specify that up front. Now, had you showed up and said, hey, Clay, I'm a day trader. I like the 5 minute and the 15 minute. What are your thoughts on MSTR? Or, hey, Clay, I'm an investor looking to hold this for the next couple of years. I like the daily and the weekly chart. What are your thoughts on MSTR? Like that's a very different question because you've provided context. But when you just say any opinions on MSTR, do you see how kind of dangerous that is? I think you're just high energy. Oh yeah. That's why I try to tell people. I try to be high energy. I try to have some passion, some emotion. But I mean, I don't think, and I'm not saying this is you, Aaron, but I think sometimes people don't consider the alternative. Like I can be totally low energy. Like I could just sit here and not talk or sit here and talk with no emotion. But I don't know. I think that would get boring for people. Again, I'm not saying that but some people I don't think really consider the alternative of that. Yeah? Thought I heard my son say, Daddy. I am trying to shift to U.S. market, actually. Indian market gets easily controlled. Big manipulation. Well, like I said, good news. The prop firm that I'm using, they're open to people in India. I mean, they're open to a whole lot of people, actually. So this is a list where you do not, I repeat, you do not want to see your country on this list. But yeah, if we go down to the I, notice here, there is no India. So yes, if you're in India, then what I'm doing here is open to you. So you would gain direct access into the U.S. markets, the U.S. futures market to be specific. All right, sounds good, DJ Magic. I'm glad you're back. Glad you're back. I haven't been paying too much attention to the chart because I need to just chill out a little bit. For those that are maybe just logged on, I'm on a three trade losing streak here. What is considered 6 contracts? I don't know what you mean by that. If you change this number to 6 right here, then you would be buying 6 contracts. I don't think I'm answering your question the right way, Johnny, because I don't know what you mean by what is considered 6 contracts. 6 contracts is considered 6 contracts. So I think I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, cheers, Aaron. Bulgur is nutritious. Okay, he's not talking. Let me rephrase, and I understood your point. No. Sorry, Chris. It doesn't quite look like that. The fact that I had to tell you all that tells me that you are way too far ahead of yourself. So my opinion is to just stop and do more learning. That is my thought. But yeah, sorry. I don't get that to make give you that explanation. Like, oh well, that, and then you tell me. No. The mere fact I had to tell you that is what tells me that you have more learning to do. You're way too new, and that's fine. We all start off as new traders, so there's no shame in being new. But yes, that is my thought: is tap the brakes, go do some more learning. Maybe I'm a total idiot. Is this your only job? No. My job is I create streams of income. That's my job. So yeah, this is part of my job since this is a stream of income. But it is not my job is, and that's what I believe everybody's job should be. I believe that because every wealthy person I've ever studied, there's one thing they all have in common. They all have multiple streams of income. So my argument has been, as long as I can remember, don't make it, I want to be a full-time trader. No. Say, I want to be a full-time income stream creator. Because that's what wealthy people do. So yes, this is my only job if you're defining this as income stream creation. But no, my full-time job is an income stream creator. So I have, the live stream. I have the YouTube channel. I have claytrader.com. I have real estate investing. I have, I guess farmland would fall under real estate investing. I have, I have many streams of income at this point. I have a dividend portfolio that's providing cash. So, I mean, yeah. So my job, and I would argue everybody's job, everybody's goal is I want to be a full-time income stream creator. Can you tell me why I prefer a 2-minute instead of 1? Just personal preference. Yes, and use code Clay. Yep, that's right. If you're enjoying, you're going to do and if you're going to move into the prop firm space and you want to support the channel, code Clay. That is a good reminder. My kids will eat. If not, it's barks and rocks for them tonight. Well, I'm glad right now that I did not take that short, because as of now, I'd be like, great, did I just get suckered into a fake breakdown? But we seem to be at one of those phases right now where whatever I do the opposite. Sometimes we have those live streams. I'm happy to report it's not every time, but yeah, sometimes we'll enter in those phases where it's like, all right, whatever Clay does, I'm going to do the opposite. Just signed up with code Clay finally. Just now versus Ace? That's fantastic. What purchasing power did you go with? You're really good at making big... Yeah, because that's my bread and butter time, Elvin. Exactly, yeah. Yep. As I've said 800 million times, and we'll say 800 more million times because it's a valid observation. I've never been a good late morning afternoon trader. Well, then why are you doing it? Because I discovered that the live stream enjoys it. And I discovered live streaming by accident. And if you want, just go back in the archive, watch the first episode, and you'll see that I was just clicking buttons out of curiosity. And then one thing led to another, and here I am. Well, then why don't you live stream at the market open? Because I have a private community that I need to show my ultimate loyalty to. So they need to have my attention. So that's where I'm making alerts to them, giving watch lists, calling out alerts, stuff like that for my private community. So that is what I'm doing from basically 9:30 a.m. until 11. But yeah, if you go through the history of my channel, you'll notice that over the course of time, it's always been usually looking to get done between 30 minutes and 90 minutes. Because after that, yeah, I'm just not that good. So there's no point in me lying to myself and saying I'm a great trader and then coming here and trading massive size and doing a bunch of stuff and then just getting chopped to pieces and throwing back all my gains. Like there's no point in that. I can't lie to myself. But I do know that the live stream enjoys live trading. So that's the happy medium I found. But yes, Elvin, at the beginning of the day when the market at 9:30 to 11, that's always been my favorite time. Hey, Worthy Gains, good to see you. Why would I do that, Potato Man? Why would I do that? Explain why I would do that. If anything, I want to get away from day trading because day trading is like it requires my time. Like passive income is like that is the secret, that is the holy grail to the ultimate wealth. The ultimate wealth being time. Right? Because time is the one commodity. Nobody, you can't, well, you can get more of it if you're healthy. But like just generally speaking, it is what it is. So no, if anything, I'm not saying I like to day trade, but I'm saying if anything, that's the opposite direction of what I'm doing. I want passive income. Passive income frees up time because you can just, making money while you sleep is the chef's kiss. I am all about cash flow at this point in my personal journey. So yeah, Potato Man, if you want to explain how me going full-time, how me abandoning my passive income streams would make any sense, I'm open to the idea that maybe somehow it would make sense. I don't see how, but I don't claim to know everything either. So if you have like something that I'm missing, Potato Man, about how I can gain more time by abandoning my passive income resources, then I'm all for it. Hit me with it. Hey man, new to futures. What are the differences between MNQ and NQ? NQ just means that it moves faster down here. Your P&L is going to move, add up and down. How about I just use the word fluctuate? It's going to fluctuate much quicker. MNQ, the P&L is going to fluctuate slower. It's the same charts and all that, but it's just the P&L and how they fluctuate. That's the big differences. I think I got to take this short. Like, look at this thing. Like at some point, where'd my cursor go? There it is. At some point, this has got to release. All right, so everybody should be going long here. All right, I only got 4. I wanted 5. I got 4. So everybody should be long if you want to make money because I just went short. And it's probably going to bounce right off this trend line because I have completely lost it in terms of reading the market this I guess this afternoon now. So there we go. Go long here, and you're going to be making some cheddar. Because I'm sure I'll get stopped out at the green line, and it'll just explode. MNQ is a smaller contract, so P&L's exactly. I think price will drop to 481. Well, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Chris. That would benefit me. Short 280 for 482, very good, but 0 for 4. 0 for 4. Is that showing up right? No. 0 for 4. There we go. So I guess I just go long here. So if I go long here, that means this thing's about to roll over. So do I go short here again? Because I want to go long. So does that mean I short? Because should I be doing the opposite of what I'm thinking? Now we're playing 4D chess. So I want to go long here, which means I probably should short because it's going to come down. No, but I want to go long, which means it's probably a short. So I'm getting short. All right, I'm short because I wanted to go long. So I'm trying to, you know, go a little spicy here. So let's see if my 4D chess works. I mean, to be fair, it came up, broke out, and then it came back down. So are the sellers finally here? Are the sellers finally here? It makes sense in my mind. You got to think it got people excited because it broke out. And then to see that breakout disappear, you got to think has the longs on edge and freaking out a little bit. So I'm trying to take advantage of that freak out. Oh, come on. At least give me that partial. I'm trying to take just one out, one of the 5, just in case it does bounce from the trend line. But now I can't even get the trend line. There we go. All right. Come on. Let's get some follow through now. Do not fake break on me. Just for once. Give me some follow through here. Tom, this is like the 3rd time I'm presenting it to you. Oh, explain why? Yeah, exactly. They want to see if you can trade. And if you just load up YOLO and then make it all in one trade, does that actually prove anything? Sorry, I misread your question. Yeah, that's exactly why. They don't want people YOLOing. Oh, I'm short in the green. I could scalp out now for a little scalpy scalp, but I'm trying to just be patient with the stupid thing and let it work for me. Can you please just break down through the trend line? Well, not necessarily break down, but just give me a little. And I'm not looking for the price to come all the way down here. I don't need that, but can I get at least a little bit more movement down through that thing? Come on, unleash the Kraken. There we go. Come on. There we go. Took out that one. Put out that one down there just in case it wants to spike. Now, come on. Give me more follow through here, brother. I do want to make sure this is a winning trade, so let's get my stop loss slightly in the green. So this will be a winning trade no matter what because my stop is below my entry, but... So I'm in the sweet spot of trading now. It's not a question of if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? And why is it that I don't know that? Because I have no idea how far down the price might want to go, which is a great spot to be in. Talk about stress-free trading when you can sit there and say, my only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? This is a great, great feeling. If you've never been here as a trader, get yourself here as a trader. No better feeling than being stressed out about how much money am I going to make? Because you just don't know. Again, I have no idea how far down this could go. Therefore, I don't know how much money I'm going to make. But I do know I'll make money because I've taken profits and my stop loss is in the green. So now you just get to sit back, light up the meth pipe, and just enjoy yourself, you know? There we go. Hit that one. Come on. Come down some more. I'm going to move my stop down a little bit more now here. So the further I move my stop down, my minimal gain increases more and more. But yeah. Come on. No. Come back down. Don't do that. No. Come back down. Come on. Come on. Come back down, brother. No. Well, all right. Still a green trade, but I was hoping that I could get some sort of plummet, but it didn't. All right, well, all right, the streak is over. And man, I was positioned myself in the back of my mind. I was like, I'm about to get back to green on this one trade because I was hoping about could be able to tell. See how you can lose 3 trades in a row and then one trade can kind of get you back, but no, it came back up too much. And now is it going to go back down? Oh, you dirty rat. Clay, why did you get tight with your stop? You should have kept it up here. You're right. You're right. In hindsight, I should have kept it up there. But had it come up here and kept on moving forward, everybody would have been like, hey, good job of where you put your stop. You would rather pay with your feelings or money? I prefer because I like my money. I like my money. I like my time more, right? I think that's what, well, at the end of the day, that's what money is, right? Time. Money just represents time because somewhere down the line, there is time exchange for that money. So again, that is all money is. It's a reflection of time. Which is why if you want to teach your kid about money, what do you do? Well, you make them go do something. In other words, you make them go spend their time doing something so that they can look at that dollar and be like, man, I had to spend XYZ amount of time to get this thing. Boom, there it is. It's not necessarily about the something, it's more about the time spent. But yes, that's why I'm all about, I just want the passive income. I want my time. If I want to I want to get to the point in life where I'm kind of there to an extent. But if I just wake up, I want to be able to say, I don't feel like doing anything. I'm going to lay in bed all day with my wife and we're going to make out. But you know what? The bills will still get paid. The kids will still eat. Like I said, I'm not, that's my ultimate goal. Now, am I, well, yeah, maybe once in a while. That sounds like a good day. But like, I do like to do stuff. I like to undertake challenges right now. Kind of that's the challenge I have for the live stream. I'm thinking I'm crazy, as I had the goal to see if I could get this up to 1,000 concurrent viewers at once, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I wondered, are we peaking out here around the 250-ish mark, or is there, I don't know, we'll see. But you know what? Even if I fail, even if we never to get up to 1,000, that's okay. I tried. It's fun. I'm meeting people. People are using code CLAY, which is always helpful. So it's good. My kids get to eat a little bit better because people use code CLAY, which is very much appreciated. All right. Do I try a short back test here? And do I wait for it to come up here and maybe once again try to get short around that area? Maybe. I'm thinking about it. But am I want to get short right around this area? I'm not. Certainly not willing to get long. That kind of freaks me out. Oh, so where are people at right now? Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're like me, SOH. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't get more responses to my little meth pipe comment. I don't know. Maybe people were like, wait, did he really just say that? Yeah, I'm a 3 too. So Cat Paps is short. Jeff is short. Johnny is long. Okay. I'd be a little nervous, but we all see things differently. P-Master is long. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Hey, it's been a while since I've requested and I've been told, Clay, you've got to remind people because it's easy to forget. Hit that like button. We need to get up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark if we're going to push this beyond 3 hours. So you longer time veterans, I think you're starting to learn the metrics. And I think you all know now that by the 3-hour mark, we've got to get this up to 200 likes if the live stream is going to continue beyond the 3-hour mark. So yeah, if you want to play a role in ensuring the party continues after that 3-hour mark, and you have not yet hit that like button, make sure you do so. That'll play a role in it. So we're a little bit behind pace, but it has also been a while since I've reminded people. So make sure you hit that like button. You need to get more animated. You're telling me I need to get more animated. Other people are telling me I need to calm down. It's just a lose-lose. Just a lose-lose. You just can't win it all. Well, didn't even come up here to back test, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this line here now. I got a tap dance. Yeah, let me put on my Speedo and I'll tap dance. You think that'll drive up viewers or drive up likes? A tap dance or a Speedo wearing tap dancing trader. That may be the ticket. That could be the holy grail of likes right there. Oh, don't give me that face, Aaron. You know you'd like it. Don't lie. Singing, yes, exactly. Singing Dancing Queen. Dancing Queen. She was only 17. Something like that? Is that what you're thinking? See, Jeff would super chat it. At least he's honest about it. That's right, the songbird of our generation. All right, rolling back over. Do we get a bounce here? Nothing fancy here. It bounced off of that area last time it was there. So far, it has once again bounced. So I could be interested in another short, but personally, I want to see it consolidate out a little bit and then go. That way I can get a nice little tight stop. Oh, no, Aaron, don't do it. Don't do it. Not like this. Yeah, as I sang that, I was just like, what am I singing right now? I don't even know what Dancing Queen's like. Dancing Queen, she was only 7. Yeah, that's like the. I had a buddy that. Never mind. That sounds really bad too. Just. Oh boy. One of my good friends that I met through the chat room and through the podcast. The first time he was ever on the podcast. If you're not familiar, if not aware, I do have a podcast. But like behind the scenes, he was just like, man, because we used to mail people a mic so that we could keep the sound quality up. He's like, man, you guys sent me a great mic, and then he just took it and he started like dancing, and he just started singing it. And it was he's hilarious. Nate Wilson. Any of you that have been around a while that have listened to podcasts, you should know the name. But yeah, like we're like legitimate friends. Like he's come hung out my house because he's from Baltimore. So that's the thing with like a community. Like you meet people around the world. But yeah, so I've gone to Baltimore many times, hung out. He's come here, hung out. So, but yeah, that's where that's actually coming from. Yeah, sorry, Ace. Ugly price action today. I mean, yeah, I can't complain too much. I was short somewhere around here, and I did partake in some of this big flush here. But then this here, for me, now if you went long, this is not ugly action at all. But for somebody like me that was trying to short this, thinking it was a dead cat bounce and was going to roll over, yeah, I mean, that was certainly ugly for me. It did not go well. I'll be here soon. I'll be in more. All right, sounds good, KK. Okay, like I said, I want to see kind of this take shape right now, but right now, maybe sort of a bigger bounce, but it's also right at those areas of resistance. So I could see that also being just a potential rejection point. Why would you short with that long wick? What long wick? Oh, I'm sorry. You'll be in Baltimore soon. Nice. But right now, I don't know. Maybe I should be getting short. Look at this. Look how it's right at this level here that recently has pushed the price right back down. That 21 EMA, that green line, purple line is a 50 SMA. Both kind of trying to smack that, price back down. Because that was with the trend, Ace. What are you talking about? This was the trend. Down, up, down, up. So I was thinking maybe this would happen again. So that's what I was thinking. But I was wrong. It didn't happen. Therefore, I lost money. But again, that's hindsight confirmation bias. Because I can guarantee you would not be questioning anything versus Ace if this actually did happen. If the price did roll back over, you would not be sitting there saying, why would you short that? You'd be saying, hey, great trade. Because that's hindsight confirmation bias. Dancing Queen and Long Whip. What's Long Whip? Interesting, Aaron. Yeah, everybody, if you're sub, read Aaron's message. That's important. Question, please. In the test phase of TPT, you can trade 6 contracts in 60 micros, right? Correct. Yeah, and it's the same for pro. Per trade. Per trade. Not. Some people think it's like per day. So per trade, I can do 6. No, per trade, you can do those numbers. I know. I still, verse ace. Did you take this long? Where did you get long at, verse ace? How much of that move did you capture? I'm sorry, but for every hammer that you show me where you get some sort of big grind upwards, I can show you plenty of movements down that give a hammer and then do something like that. Well, why weren't you in it? In your mind, it was supposedly so easy. Why would you do that on the hammer? But then you didn't do anything. I mean, if it was that dumb to go short, why were you not going long? Because something that's really dumb to do from the short side would imply that it's really smart to do from the long side. So apparently you think this was like a very dumb move on. Fair enough. Fair enough if you think this was a dumb move on the short side. But like, why weren't you long then? If it was so obvious. That's my question. That's my question. That's a problem, verse ace. You've taken like one of my classes. I offer so many more than what you've taken. So you only have a limited, narrow view of what's going on. That's your ultimate issue here. Oh, hey, we're doing good. All right, I think maybe we got a chance to get up to 200 likes. Still got a ways to go in 45 minutes, but maybe we got a chance. So make sure to hit that like button if you have not yet. If we want the party to continue, got to get up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark, which is about 47 minutes away. Nah, Verace, you don't. I can assure you don't. I've observed plenty of what you got going on. I can assure you, you do not. That is one thing I am quite confident in because you are a regular around here. So that's one thing I can actually speak confidently towards and saying you certainly do not. All right, we'll see if this wants to. I'm still curious down on this yellow line if it wants to come down here. I mean, you definitely do not. No. I mean, you'd have a point if you're like, what do you, dude, I just showed up like yesterday. This is my second time on your live stream. How can you make such claims? But no, you've been around long enough where I can say you definitely do not. Waiting for the yellow line myself. For a long or short, Mark? Long or short, brother? Short? I guess, I guess it depends how the price approaches it and other things, but I don't know what to think. I'm kind of neutral right now. I'm not sure what to think about that yellow line. It's got me nervous. You're short biased today. It already back tested to VWAP. So far, so good for bears. A break back above VWAP would be sign to cover. All right. Thanks for the thoughts there, Endured X. So sounds like he's developing a trade plan. Off topic, how many? I have several what are called land contracts. So just for simplicity's sake, I have 3 or 4. I can't remember what top. 3 or 4 rentals back in Michigan. I have, I have farmland here in Iowa. And then I liked my favorite type of real estate now. Or really just kind of passive income. I like private lending. I like to find deals that I believe in and then just make a loan on it. Whoa. What is this? Where did that come from? There we go. Little scalpy scalp on that one. Little scalpy scalp. Who took that scalpy scalp with me? So yeah, rentals, farmland, and then private lending. But I do private lending beyond real estate too. But yeah, I like private lending the most. It's you just give somebody some money, you agree on an interest rate, and then you just sit back and collect the monthly payments. And those ones, when done right, it's secured with something physical, right? A stock, at the end of the day, you don't have any physical collateral. No, I invest in stocks, so don't get me wrong. But like, at the end of the day, stocks are just a piece of paper. But like real estate, private lending, like if the person stops paying you, like, okay, I'm just gonna take your house then. Like, I'll take your house and then I'll sell it, so you can get your money back because it's tied to a physical asset. And when you do real estate right, you almost want the people to default. That way you can just take the profit or take the asset and then sell it because you'll make more money that way. Now, from an ethics standpoint, I can't say I'm ever rooting against anybody. I'm not rooting for that to happen. I'm just saying, in theory, as far as like the spreadsheet math is concerned, that's actually what you would ideally want to happen if you're doing the deals right. You would want to have to foreclose or take the property back so that you can just sell it at market value, and that windfall would be way better. Tax liens are a scam. Like, tax liens are a joke. That's like a needle in a haystack. I remember reading some books on tax liens. It sounds good until like you actually learn the type of properties that are being, auctioned off, and you're like, oh, they're auctioning off like a sewer ditch. Yeah, I don't think I want to buy the tax lien on that. Do you do it, Versace? So you make money from tax liens. Correct, Mikey. Take Profit Trader does not have consistency in funded account. And even their consistency in the test is very simple. They just don't want you to YOLO. Therefore, you can only make 50% of your profit target per day. China all day. Is China the cause of this? Is that what you're saying there? Yeah. Let's see. Probably should still be holding, but I don't know. I have hindsight confirmation biases because I should probably not have scalped that, but again, that's easy to say right now as I see this green candle forming. So there's probably some hindsight confirmation bias influencing that decision. Yeah, it takes a whole lot of time. Again, Versace, I said I'm not saying it's impossible, but there's a whole lot of needle in a haystack that comes with it. So yes, it does take a lot of time because you've got to be very careful, and it takes time to be able to find a deal like that. So, but again, I don't feel like there's more efficient things to do with my time than tax liens. That's for sure. Very risky and time consuming. But yeah, like hard money lending, I think is the pinnacle of real estate investing. Because that way you're loaning money on things that are already really discounted to the market. So you are like I said, you're in a great spot if they default, but if not, you're getting, 10, 12% interest, maybe more. Yeah, so if there's any real estate hard money lenders in here, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know that you're in the sweet spot. Although I would say that most hard money lenders, you'd want to start off flipping houses and stuff like that first so you can identify what a good deal is. Oh, by the way, this was spurred on. Hey, Diego, are you still here, Diego? Diego Finance? I'm just going to throw it in the chat room now. But the podcast that just was released back at noon, right here. This was based off of a conversation from Friday about market makers and how it's just like, come on. So if you are somebody that is just If you believe market makers are just magical, mystical creatures and all this sort of stuff, then listen to this podcast episode at some point. It's like, I don't know. How long is it? 12 minutes maybe? You need to hear that. Do I ever trade small? No, small caps are absolute, pure and utter garbage. At this day, maybe 5 years ago that it made sense, but at this time, Chase Money, they make no mathematical sense. You're taking on way too much risk. You're needing way too much funds and you need very big moves to make okay money. Whereas what we do here, Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firm, you need way less money, you have way less risk, and you don't even need that big of moves to make better money than small caps. And I've done the calculation. I've shown it time and time again on here where a small cap trader shows up and I'm like, well, give me your best trade. And then they give it to me. And, it's like I made $15,000. I'm like, all right, well, give me the numbers on that. And then I do it compared to Pam's Plant. And I'm actually very, very conservative in the futures trading. And then the person's like, oh, wow. Yeah, okay. I guess that 15K doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Nice, Travis. Yeah, that's good stuff. Hey, can we get 2 more likes? There we go. We're at 150. Okay, I think we have a chance to get up to 200 likes. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, you would do a lot better with Chase. But to be fair, Chase, the reason why I do those small cap lists is so I can get people like you on the live stream. So I can try to smack you upside the head and say, hey, there's a better way. There's a better way. Day trade futures through a prop firm and you'll never look back at small caps again. In fact, you'll just shake your head and be like, I can't believe I was doing that with small caps. Yeah, that's well, Clay. If you think stocks and small caps are garbage, why do you do those top 10 videos? Because it's an evil business ploy to get those people here, so I can help and genuinely try to help them out. Be like, hey, listen, there's a more efficient way, there's a more risk-friendly way to go about your day trading than trading very volatile, low float small caps that can halt on you. And so that's the goal. Yeah, one good question. Yeah. So in other words, you use charts to trade small caps. And the good news here is that charts, they exist, they work. In fact, most people say they work the best in futures. So yes, everything, all of your charts that you use, all your price movements that you would use in small caps, translate here. A bull flag. Just look right here, right? A hammer candle. If you use charts, I'm sure you know what a hammer. So there, look at that hammer formed. And then look what happened after the hammer. Nice bounce up. John C is back. Welcome back, John C. Welcome back. I think I'm going to get rid of that one for now. And I may regret this one, but I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. We'll see if it wants. We'll see what that trend line can deliver, but that might be a little bit of a fitness square peg through a round hole trend line, but we'll see. Oh, so if I can trade QQQ, I can do this. Yeah. If you're using charts to trade QQQ, you can trade futures because futures are literally just charts. Like if you're to say, my favorite pattern on the QQQ is a head and shoulders, guess what? There are head and shoulders patterns in futures. If you like to play support and resistance levels on the QQQ, guess what? There are support and resistance levels here on futures. Well, no, it's not clickbait because my top 10 stocks, clickbait would be where I don't even do stocks or I do like 5 stocks. So like the top 10 videos are definitely stocks. All I'm saying is my ultimate goal is for those people to end up here. I guess maybe I'm not defining clickbait properly, but I would have thought clickbait would be, hey, top 10 stocks, and then you go to the video and it's not stocks, or it's only like 3 stocks or something like that. Looks like slow grind down and probably pops up around 40s, 30s maybe. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The 5 minute at the end of the day is kind of just drifting sideways here. So that's why I'm trying to Trying to see if we can capture maybe some sort of further drift to the downward side of that sideways movement, but at the end of the day, it is still just sideways movement. Yeah, that trend line is self-admittedly maybe a very silly trend line. Like I said, I just put it in there kind of out of curiosity, but sometimes when I throw in a trend line, all of a sudden start to get laser focused on it. No, I don't think you meant it to drop. I'm just saying that it's not really a clickbait title. It's the video he was referring to is literally top 10 stocks and then the date and then the ticker symbols. Now, a clickbait title might be top 10 stocks are going to explode and buy, cause you to buy a Lamborghini tomorrow. That's probably a clickbait title. That drip looks like it was from the 5-year, drop, 5-year bond auction. Yeah, at 1 o'clock, was there a bond auction today? I could see that making sense. I'm long here at 83.50. All right, Mo. What is it? I think we had a Mo here that I had to ban. Obviously not you, Mo. But I can't remember. I've banned enough people now at this point where they kind of start to blend together. But I'm happy to report. I only ban, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 people a week, if that. Because most people, I think we have one of the best chats on YouTube. Most people that show up here are just, they're here to help each other out, how to work, learn, hang out. Hopefully they're here to use code Clay. All right, good, Mo. I'm glad you're not. I assumed you weren't that guy, but I guess in theory you could have been that guy that just created a new name for yourself. But you're long here at 483.50. All right, Mo is indeed long. Where's his stop at? Where's your target at? 465. So his stop is, all right, below the lows. All right, so Mo's looking for a move up. See, I'm almost wondering short right now based off of, look, it's right again at that 21 EMA. Does that 21 EMA reject the price back off? Big history of doing it. What would if I got short here? 84. Oh, that's like 5 points. Let's go. All right, short. Let's see if we can get a roll down here. Again, mainly based on the 5-minute here about, seeing that 21 EMA and how the price, it has shoved the price back down several times. So is it going to shove it back down again? That's the question. There we go. Took one off just to lighten the load a little bit. Still could be a losing trade. Got another one off. Very good. Let's do this. Let's get one more off if I can. Come on. There we go. And we're going to let these final 2 work for me. So let's see if we can get this thing, and I want this to be a winning trade for sure. So my final 2 are in green territory, but we're below the trend line. Let's see if we can get some continuation. So I am in the sweet spot of trading again. The sweet spot being I am only stressed right now is how much money am I going to make, because I don't know, is this thing about to collapse to the downside? And if so, I'll be making some money, but I don't know. But I do know that I'm going to make money. So this is the ultimate spot of a trader to be in. It's not if you make money, but how much money am I going to make? And that is where I find myself right now. So I'm in the sweet spot of trading. As I was saying earlier, do your best as a trader to get yourself to this spot where the only stress you have is how much money am I going to make? So we'll see if it wants to break down through the trend line. And if it doesn't, it'll be frustrating in the sense of I didn't, get the move, but it won't be frustrating in the sense of I lost any money because this is a green trade and it will be a green trade. Just how much of a green trade? Let me do this just in case there's another move down here. Throw out a buy. And then I'll still have one left. But yeah, let's see if it can make another push down through. At this point, I'm going to move my stop to slightly above that. There we go. Come on, a little bit more. Oh, I'm going to move it down some more. That's okay if I don't. Move this down there. Come on, let's keep up with the momentum. Come on. And this is my next target. Stop is right here. Blue line was my entry, so you can see I'm well in the green on this one. Come on, push down a little bit more. Come on, brother. Come on, do it. You're beautiful to me. You're beautiful. I don't think it likes getting hit on. There, oh, it does. You're beautiful. Come on, you dirty rat. Oh, I should definitely probably not call it names. You beautiful thing. Uh-oh. You're beautiful. Do it. Hit me. Are you serious? There we go. Thank you. All right. So let's change this to 1. Move my stop loss down a little bit more. So there we go. Like I said, my only question right now is how much money am I going to make? Oh, let's move this down some more. Oh, yeah. Okay, put my stop loss there. Yes, sir. Let's keep moving it down. All right, there we go. I'll take it. I'll take that. You're beautiful to me. See? If you sing that song, the price likes it. Who here? Give me a 2 if you just made some money on that. Give me a 2.5 if you were singing to it. Give me a 2.7 if you were allowing me to take care of the singing. Jeff was singing to it. I like it. Kyle was singing to it. Nathan was just letting me handle the singing. Nass let me handle it. Brian let me handle the singing. Oh, Jeff was singing with me. Okay, that's intense. That's intense. Just remember, if the price is not ever budging, you're beautiful too. Who? What is that song? What is that song? We're gonna need. I know it's a very short lyric, but you music aficionados, you should be able to. What is that? What is the name of that one? I couldn't reach the same octave as. That's all right. I am the songbird of my generation. James Blunt. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. And some of you you're like who needs an app that can who needs AI when I have this chat? Clay, you have lost your way, sir. You should be singing as a member of Blackpink. What is Blackpink? Sounds like I need to because I've lost my way. Come on, I don't want to end the live stream at the 3-hour mark. We got 28 minutes to get 42 likes. Hit that like button. Come on. Come on. This is not a vanity metric. It's a data metric. People have got to be interested and entertained. And the only way I know how to measure that is via that like button. So if you are entertained, having fun, finding anything positive about this live stream, and you want it to continue, and you have not yet hit that like button, hit it. There's practical effects to it, please. Blackpink was the name of a... All right. A Korean band? I've never heard it. I don't know. Is this somebody like I should have heard their name of? I'm not sure. All right. I'm starting to get the groove back. I still, but I'm feeling better. Ray Charles did an original. You are so beautiful. Oh, did he? Is that what James Blunt was singing? If so, that's some interesting movie trivia there. I do want everybody in the chat, setting all kidding aside, I want to get serious for a minute. I do want everybody in the chat. Well, let me take it back. If you have hit the like button, then I do want everybody in the chat to know you're beautiful to me. Okay? Just remember that. If you're ever feeling blue, just remember that moment that you just witnessed there. You won't be blue anymore. Hey, Clay, what indicators are you using? My main indicators are candlesticks and then trend lines, like supports, resistance levels. Those are the main ones. The VWAP. But yeah, candlesticks are definitely the main indicator. Candlesticks and trend lines would be the starting point. And when I say trend lines, I kind of mean that as support and resistance too. All right. We might have another short here. See if we can get a rejection off of... But I mean, real quick, does everybody see the power of charts? You all heard me say that. Now, I'm not saying charts are perfectly, but what did I observe? Oh, look, we have this 21 EMA. Oh, look, the price is rejected off, has pushed it down quite a few times. Maybe it'll happen again, right? Maybe it'll happen again. Was that a guarantee to happen? No. But was I being rational? Was that like a valid thought to have? Absolutely. And it worked out. But like, am I some sort of genius with some sort of like really cool sounding? No, it doesn't need to be that complicated. I get it. If you're trying to sell stuff, just make a bunch of cool sounding terminology. But like, that was literally, oh, look, the price has been rejected off that level quite a few times. Oh, look, the price is back at that level. Maybe it'll get rejected off there again. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't, that's what stop losses are for. My wife came into the room. I saw the disappointment on her face when she figured out it was me singing. Yeah, I know. Good thing she didn't come into the room when I was singing, because if I was singing when she came in the room, she would be officially in love with me. That's why I don't sing too much on the live streams. Because the problem is, I then start to get male and female underwear showing up in the mail. And then my wife gets sick. She's like, did you just sing on the live stream again? Because we just got this man's ear from Chuck in Texas. I don't want Chuck from Texas's man's ear, especially when he didn't wash the thing, you know? So that's why I understand why I don't do it. So Mikey, you should be grateful, because your wife would be in love with me right now had she heard me singing, because I am the songbird of my generation. But can you make the volume color? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know if you can. I think you can probably change volume color. I don't know. Yeah. Right there. You could change your volume color if you wanted to. Sorry, Chuck from Texas, aka Travis. I didn't mean to out you like that. But yeah, if you could stop sending us your man's ears, that'd be great. Well, we seem to now be in, we are in a downtrend. I don't know if this is like the most powerful downtrend, but I mean, it is a downtrend nonetheless. So I am certainly still more bearish biased than I am bullish biased. And we'll have to see how this continues to play out. Where do I like a short right now? I don't know where I like a short right now. And yes, I'm asking myself, I'm talking to myself, but I think I'd probably like a little bit more if on the 5 minute, the price could get closer back up to that green line right there. I think that'd probably feel a little bit better in terms of maybe where to start to think short again, just because once more, like I talked about a few minutes ago, just the track record here of that 21 EMA. Is anybody here short right now? I guess where are people at right now? Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're SOH, sitting on hands, doing nothing. I'm at 3 right now. Where's everybody at in the chat right now? Oh, Nathan is still short. Good job. Oh, I'm sorry. Nathan is long. Wait, what? No, 1 is long. 1 is long, 2 is short. Some of you are overachievers. Like, you could literally just type the number. Some of you are like, no, I'm going to type out the whole thing. Fine. Be an overachiever. That's cool. But, like, just watching. That's all right. 1 long, 2 short, 3 SOH. Clay, can you dedicate the next song to someone? There will be no more singing for the reasons disclosed. I already know I'm going to be in trouble with my wife. Okay, all right, I'm cooking. Let me cook. We're getting another bear pennant starting to form. There's the bottom of it. All right. Am I going to take that trend line? I don't know if I'm willing to commit to that yet, but it's whispering in my ear. How's the siding going today, Jim? John C., you have zero musical talent. If you do not think that I'm the songbird of my generation, that tells me you need to get to the ear doctor. So John C., I want you to step away from the computer, call up your ear doctor, and schedule an appointment immediately. The easiest way to figure out, do I need to go to the ear doctor, is one simple test. When I hear Clay sing, if I don't think that he is a songbird of his generation, then there is something wrong with my ears. It's a very easy test. So John C., just make the call. Emergency. Siding is going well, but it's hot. I know it is another smoking hot day today. What is it here in Iowa? Where are you? Hey, yeah. So here's the question. Do this for me. Type where you're located and then type the temperature today. And the feel like temperature. Not what it's out, but the feel like. Oh, so we're not terrible right now. So I can start. So Iowa. And the feel like temperature is 92 right now. There we go. PA 85. Again, it's got to be the feel like temperature. So factor in humidity. Florida 96. PA, okay, all right. We have conflicting. Chase Money is in PA and says 85. Kyle is 20 degrees hotter. Somebody is mistaken. To be fair, I guess Pennsylvania is a long state. So maybe Kyle's on like the east side. Another Chase is on the west side. But that's a discrepancy right there. Oklahoma 95. Houston feel like 101. Okay, 90 with the Chase gave the. Still though, that's still 15-degree difference. Somebody's lying. Oh, you're in Columbus? Oh man, what a great city. I love Columbus. Hey Dan Cobb, is Easton still in operation? I would assume so. I know a lot of malls are struggling now, but Easton was always the outdoor mall. Is that one still? Amarillo 82, California 92. Yeah, but 92, that's like dry heat. That's like 80. Mikey 90. Mikey, you didn't give us your location. Calgary 16. Okay, sorry Kevin, I don't know what. I'm an American. I don't know what Celsius means. That number, I want to say that's very cold, but I realize it's actually not cold. Houston feels awful about the last mall. What was the other one? Wasn't Polaris? Wasn't that one? Did Polaris go under? Or something like that with a P, I thought. New York feel like 94. Hate to tell you what a friend said when he walked by and heard you singing. I know what he said. He said, "I'm in love with that man." That's what he said. You don't have to beat around the bush. That's what your friend said. "I'm in love with that man." Polaris 2, what, is still alive? I remember that one being really nice. 90 degrees, Oregon. We're going to have a high of 85. More with 94. Polaris still a good mall. Okay, I was going to say, that was always, but it is still, indoor one, but good old Easton. Easton was a great, man, that was so fun back in college. Hit up Easton with the fellas. Actually, I mean, that's not, I was never hitting up Easton with the fellas. I was too busy selling books. Yeah, Easton is the outdoor mall. Yeah. And Polaris is the indoor one. Caribbean, 80 degrees in Commonwealth of Dominica. Cool. It was more of a few expletives, and you need to go hang out with the boys. Rob, no need to lie. I know what it was. It was "I am in love with that man." You're beautiful to me. That's a classic meme right there, yeah. All right, I am worried. I don't know if we're going to actually be able to pull it off. We have 16 minutes to get 32 likes. This live stream is hitting the stop loss. Because that would just tell me that I did not bring my A game here today. So if you want the live stream to go beyond the 3-hour mark, we've got to get this up to 200 likes. So if you have not yet hit the like button, hit the like button. Well, that's quite the bounce. I mean, it's been a good crowd, but again, that's the only metric I know what to go by to tell me whether or not I'm putting on a good show and if people are entertained and finding value. So as of now, I'm having to conclude that maybe I just didn't bring my A game to start off the week. But we still have, like I said, 15 minutes to get 21 likes. I think it's going to be close. Unless there's a bunch of you out there that just had forgotten to hit the like button. But we'll see. We'll see. You're not a better singer than John Anderson. I taught John Anderson how to sing. Therefore, I'm a better singer. John Anderson is like, you're such a good singer, teach me. All right, still watching that trend line. Now, what would be extra spicy is if the price comes back to the trend line. Because think about it. If the price comes back to that trend line, what does that tell us about this candle? That tells us this candle has had all its gains totally wiped away. And if you're a long, I mean, okay, well, as of now, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. $78. I might take that short if it wants to come back down. Okay, maybe we can do it. I don't know. We need 16 more likes here in the next 14 minutes to get this up over 200 likes. Again, I just want, it's not a vanity metric. It's a straight up data point for me. Because as we've discussed already in the live stream, I need to manage my time as wisely as possible because I think that's what life is all about. Time management. So if I don't have my A game, then I don't want to be spending my time doing it. And the only way I know how to measure do I have my A game is via that like button. Better start singing for likes, that's true. Why aren't you out doing siding, Jim? I just jumped on. Is anyone in anything? Well, right now we're doing futures, Donna Grant. So, but no, I'm not in anything right now. See, Aaron, sometimes I like you, and then you make comments like that. I grift super chats. So me asking for a super chat is a grift? Isn't like grift like a scam? What is the definition of grift? Engage in petty or small scale swindling. So me asking for doing super chats is a grift. Is engage in petty or small scale. So I'm swindling people to ask for super chats. Just when I think, all right, maybe I was a little too rough on Aaron up front. Then you make a comment like that. It's like, wait, what? Do you see what I mean about the communication thing, Aaron? What is that? Again, I guess if asking for a super chat is a grift, is a swindle, then okay, I guess. I don't know how I don't know how people are being swindled out of their money by asking for a super chat. I'm trying to stay calm, like you told me earlier. So I hope you continue to try to work on your communication, because right there we have another one that's a little. The name of the game is to swindle people. It's a stupid definition. Well, but that is the definition. If you don't like the definition, then use a word that you do like the definition of. So here's another one from Merriam-Webster. To obtain money or property illicitly. So according to that, I am gaining money illicitly by asking for a super chat. Do you see what I mean about your communication, Aaron? My point holds. You're struggling. Clay, I've been thinking about opening a Lightspeed account. I've been watching your old video. No, Guitar Guy. No. And a Lightspeed account to do what with, Guitar Guy? That'd be the question. Hey, mate, can you please explain future of e-home household? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I could be a grifter. My point is, he said asking for a super chat is a grift. So apparently he's saying that it is illicit. Like, I am swindling people to say, hey, if anybody wants to give me a super chat, like, that is a grift all of a sudden. Like, I am, what was that definition? Me asking for a super chat is me trying to obtain money or property illicitly. I'm not sure if you're gonna call me a grifter, that's fine, but I'm not sure saying that because I ask for super chats is the reason why you would want to say I'm a grifter. If I'm just like, hey, can I have a super chat? To scalp options. Why are you gonna wait, Guitar Guy? Guitar guy, you've heard me talk about day trading options, right? And how it makes no sense. Well, no, I am new to live streaming. I've only been doing this for like 5 months. And B, I am an old man. So no, I am not in tune with like what the young little kids on live streams are saying as sarcasm. No, I don't care to watch the top super chatted streamers. Again, remember, Aaron, to which you agreed with me on. I'm seeking time. If I have time to hang out with my kids or the top super chatted, I'm gonna go ahead and choose my kids. Okay, so we have a couple people here that apparently need to give in the math lesson real quick. This is why day trading options makes absolutely zero sense. And you are quite literally, mathematically speaking, working harder, not smarter. So with the way options work is this. When you buy an option, the obvious way to make money is if, okay, it goes up. Cool. Obvious way to lose money is if you buy one and then it goes down. Okay, cool. You lost money. But anything can do three things, right? Because anything, whether it's a piece of real estate, an option, a baseball card, anything with value can go up, down, or it can just go sideways. So the rational person is going to say, well, what happens if an option goes sideways? Well, the rational person, well, that's neutral. Doesn't go up or down, it's neutral. Wrong. In options, you also lose money. How? Why? Well, because there is this thing called theta. And theta causes a movement to go of sidewaysness to cause you to lose money. So think about it. Of the three things an option can do, two of those three things mean you lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option. Now you may say, but Clay, I make money day trading options. That is no joke, very, very impressive. My pushback to you would be, can you imagine how much more money you'd be making? How much more money you would have made if you did not have to deal with theta? So on that note, that's where futures come into play. They are contracts, yes, but with these contracts, they have no theta. Now, options or futures move way better than options anyways, but just for argument's sake, let's just assume that options and futures move the same. Again, if they move the same, why would you deal with theta if you don't need to, if you don't have to? And that's what futures would get. Now, the cherry on top is that futures move way better than options anyways. So in other words, why would you move something that is not as good of a mover and you have to deal with theta? So that is right there. Futures just from in the category of day trading, futures absolutely crush options. So yes, options day traders. I'm telling you right now, there's the math. You are choosing to work harder, not smarter. You are choosing to work very inefficiently. If you're not a day trader, I'm not sure what you're doing here then, John. I'm not sure why you're asking to learn about futures. I thought this whole time you wanted to be a day trader. John is going to drive me nuts. I had... Yes, iron condors as a day trader. That's not going to overwhelm and complicate people. No, I understand all that now, Aaron. I'm just saying I took the definition at face value. But yes, I am old and crusty. I don't, like I said, this whole live stream started in an accident, so I'm not in touch with like the lingo or anything like that. But yes, I did learn something. Apparently, grifter does not mean the dictionary definition anymore. Why do you trade futures at this time of day and market is usually cooler? Because the live stream likes to watch me do live trades. And that's just the history of it all. Usually I'm done by the day, but I started the live stream by accident, and no, that's not a joke. Just go back and watch episode number 1 and you'll see it was a total accident. So the rest is history. That can be good for a long... Yeah, I speak very specifically about Pam's plant. Pam's plant is for the category of day trader. If you want to day trade, the most efficient way to day trade is to day trade futures through a prop firm. But yes, if you want to do swing trading with options, fantastic. If you want to use options in your investments with covered calls, cash secured puts, stuff like that, awesome. But as far as day trading is concerned, I'm telling you right now, options are garbage and make no sense. In fact, just read Kevin right there. Former zero DTE options trader here and can verify that trading futures with Pam's plant is much more efficient. Exactly. What is Pam's plant? Well, real quickly, it's just the way that I summarize the power of, and again, category of day trading, but day trading futures. So these are all the great things about futures, but you want to do it through a prop firm. So right there, that is what Pam's plant is, and that's what Kevin's referring to about, oh yeah, Pam's plant definitely is way, way, way better than, where did that go? Way better than day trading options. Oh, that was so confusing. I was a little delayed. Somehow I got pushed back on what I'm seeing. I'm like, is there really like a 4-minute delay right now? But it was operator error on my part. Why is a prop firm better? Because a prop firm, you keep your risk at the cost of the account. So you could go and start to become a day trader, unlimited day trades, and your risk is $90. And I know that says per month, but that's only during the test phase. After you pass the test, which you can take as long as you want, but I say just get it done within a month, which is very reasonable. Then literally, because once you move into your pro account, there's no more monthly fees. So your all-in risk could be $90, which allows you to generate insane ROIs. All right, we need 5. Okay, it's going to be close. We need 5 likes in 3 minutes. Can we do it? 5 likes in 3 minutes. Or else the live stream will call it good. 4 more likes in 3 minutes. Again, if you want to play a role here and keeping things going, hey, Chase Money, just go to the link that you see at the top of the screen and it's all explained right there. Like that's the prop firm that I'm using and that I recommend. Wow, we did it. 201. Amazing. I did not think we were going to be able to make that, but we did. We made it. Well, still kind of just chugging along here, watching that trend line, but now you can see that the 21 EMA here on the 2-minute has flipped over to now acting as support. Now the price can't quite push down through it. I'm still overall bearish biased because I still do think that this is overall in a downtrend. Now it's just like a smooth textbook downtrend. I would not go that far, but that's where my bearish biasness is coming from. I'm going to turn on the fan here. Hopefully, past history, I don't think anybody can tell that I have a fan on or that I just turned it on. There, right? Yeah, Aaron, if you had said that from the get-go, I understand what you're saying there. Nothing there comes across as like you calling me like a con man or something because I'm asking for super chats. But that came across much better. Is the prop firm exclusively for futures traders or does it all support? No, it's for futures. But don't day trade Forex. Why would people want to day trade Forex? Forex is, I mean, truly, and I say this with all due respect, Forex is like watching paint dry. It's such garbage. Yes, when world drama is happening, currencies can move and can move pretty crazy, but that happens, like, I don't know, 3 times a year? And then all other times, it's literally like watching paint dry. I mean, you can do Forex futures if you want, or you can just trade the things that move really well. So I would start with either NQ or ES. Those are the two that I think are the top of the game in terms of the most popular. They have great volume, great liquidity. They move smoothly. I guess, or MNQ, right? With their younger brothers. MNQ or MES. But yes, please do not day trade Forex. Goodness, you're going to give me a panic attack. That's almost as bad. Almost. There's still nothing worse than day trading options. I mean, can you imagine having a 67% chance of losing money every time you take a trade? Yeah, and how much money do you think you need to do that, Khurshid? Yeah, if you buy $1,500 worth of options, your risk is $1,500. But why would you spend $1,500? I swear, Khurshid, you're not new here. How do you not know about Pam's plant? The price action is killing you today. What are you trading, Dana? I trade options on futures. Ridiculous. So unnecessary. Is there theta on those, Khurshid? Is there theta on those options? I don't know much about futures, to be honest. What do you guys suggest? And do you hold these overnight, Khurshid? And you hold these overnight? Well, then you're not even day trading. Goodness, this is why people, for all that is efficient and productive, provide context. You're not even in. This is a day trading live stream, Khurshid. Day trading. So everything you're talking about is irrelevant. Well, if you are day trading futures or options futures, that's still ridiculous. You're still dealing with theta. I don't know much about futures. Well, what I use and what I recommend is day trading futures through a prop firm. And the prop firm that I'm using that I recommend is the link at the top of the screen. It's also pinned in the chat box. I don't know. That is true. I do have that series too, but yeah, good point, Frosty. And thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, not exactly the approach I was wanting. That seems like a chase on the break on this time. Now, I was wanting a little bit more of a methodical move. Just through a potential for a lunch money cash flow opportunity with a super chat side benefit it helps provide. Yeah, no. Yeah, I get super chats every now and then. Last week I had one day, I had $100 one. And I was like, hey, man, congrats. You just set a new record. And then somebody else came in like 5 minutes later, savage move, and did $100 and 1 penny super chat. So, yeah, I'm aware of the super chats. All right, maybe a short here. If it wants to come back down, I can keep a small risk profile. 74 up to, yeah, I'll do that. Sell. So we'll try to capture this momentum. If it wants to continue to be momentum through the trend line. If not, it'll be a losing trade. Was holding that short sideways for a long time. Hey, congratulations. Your patience is paying. We'll see if it pays you some more, but good job in the patience department, Kyle. That's good stuff there. Again, I'm looking to get short at the red line. Oh, I'm in. Okay, let's see if we can get some follow through now. Trying to play the momentum here. Put a couple orders out there just in case there is any sort of spike down that I don't want to risk missing. Come on. There we go. You're beautiful to me. Come on, brother. You're beautiful. You're beautiful to me. Okay, I want this in green territory because this is pure momentum right now. So this will be a winning trade. It's just a matter of can I get more momentum from this movement. Throw out some more orders in case there's a flush. Come on. Again, this will be a green trade no matter what, but I was trying to strictly trade the momentum. So the momentum disappeared just like that, so I'm out. So a winning trade, but bummer. I should have probably kept singing. That was a problem. I didn't keep singing. Uh-oh. Ideal life today. By the time you hear this, you are about 10-minute delayed. Because you just now are telling us the feel-like temperature in Baltimore. But I asked that question probably like 10, 15 minutes ago. So that by the time you hear this, check out the live stream. You're going to notice that you are behind a little bit. That's kind of weird, though. I say that, but to know that she's not going to hear that message until like 15, 20 minutes from now is kind of wild. All right, well, I tried. I got some momentum, but I didn't get any really continued bleeding or follow through. But I was ready. I was prepped. Had it made that move, I would have been ready for it. I was ready. Jocko Futures. You can chat her live. Oh, is that how that works? Okay. I'll note that for the future. I saw you let her know, so thank you. Anybody take that with me? That tread line? If so, anybody still short? Trying to be a little more patient than what I was doing. Like I said, it wasn't a lack of patience. It was me. My thesis was I'm trying to play this momentum, and I want this momentum, and this momentum being defined as it keeps going not now. Not consolidate out for 10 minutes and then go. No, I want this momentum now. Oh, haha. I had to move my laptop, so the lid. No problem. I'm glad you're back with us live here. Thank you. I took it with you. Nice job, Dana Grant. Congrats. Short, 419, but on the ES. Roger that. How do I keep my extra horse in the stable once approved for pro? You just don't activate it. Don't activate it, Johnny. But congrats on getting another pro or getting another test pass. Good job. I took that trade with you and closed for small profit as well. All right, well, we were all positioned there to take advantage of further momentum, but the momentum, at least for me, and it sounds like for some of you, did not show up in time. I'm not sure what you're getting at, Chuck. What are you getting at here? Yes, this is prop firm trading, as I say about 8 million times per live stream. I'm in a prop firm because I believe in prop firm trading, so I'm not quite sure what you're trying to. Are you thinking that like I'm sitting here portraying to people that this is like my own funds, but when in all actuality it's a prop firm? Is that what you're saying I'm doing? I'm not sure what your comment is getting at there. Because if so, that would be mistaken. I assure you that I've told everybody, no, I like Pam's plant. It's what I do. I day trade futures through a prop firm. Therefore, this is a prop firm. So if you want to provide any clarification, that'd be fantastic, because I'm not quite sure what you're getting at there, brother. When activated, it must be used once a week, correct? Yeah, that sounds about right. Unless you email them in and let them know you're like going on vacation or something. I've never traded with a prop firm. Oh my, you're day trading futures with your own funds, Dana? You are crazy. My prop firm account shows commission. Yeah, so does mine, Chuck. Oh, you are crazy. You are crazy, Dana. Oh, man. All it takes is one bad day, and that could be a lot of money gone. But yes, the prop firm that I'm using, right here, if in the pro, they take 20%, so you get to keep 80. Now, before you go and think, oh, that's ridiculous, I just did a video on it right here, and I show the ROI calculations, and spoiler alert, the ROIs are crazy, even with a profit split. So, profit splits, as far as I'm concerned, are totally worth it. Well, research the one that you see at the top of the screen. That's the one I'm using. That's the one I recommend. Good, perfect. Yeah, just make sure to use code Clay. Not only does it give you the current promotion, 40% off, and then 0 activation fee, but it is also a way to support the channel. Where's that video you did? I'll link it to you. I'll give it to you right here. What is the code? Dana, you are a smart person. If you read that top, I bet you're going to see. Dana. The code's like everywhere. Yeah, so my kids can eat, yeah. If you don't use code Clay, it means you are pro child starvation. I'm just giving you a hard time, Dana. Because yes, if you use code Clay, it does go to support hungry children. Full disclaimer there. I'm proud to announce that if you use code Clay, it goes to feed hungry children. These children just happen to be mine. I got 6 of them, okay? So I got 6 kids and they're hungry. So yes, proceeds from code Clay will go to feed hungry children. There we go. My border is not showing up. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, okay. All right, Jeff, I think you have something wrong. Maybe try a refresh, or maybe you scrolled or something and you didn't realize you scrolled? Did you take it, Mikey? It should be the goal of everyone to feed the hungry children. Exactly, Omar. It's a noble thing. So I was focused on this whole border thing, or the thing at the top. Good job, Rob. Oh, so once again, Mikey's just armchair quarterbacking. Short it. It's a short. Are you short it? No. Well, what in the world? Why would I short it if you're not even going to do it, Mikey? How does that make it? You explain how that makes sense to me. You tell me something is a short, so I say, oh, you're shorting it, and you're like, no. Well, then open up a new account, Mikey. Nobody's asking for your excuses. Go spend, I don't know what, go spend $90 on another account. What are you talking about? Racehorse model. $58. Still trading. Maybe, Bart. I don't know. All right, Amin with the trade plan mapped out. Good to see. Good to see. Well, you're crazy, Rob. Absolutely crazy. Especially in the Trump environment where Trump could tweet something at any moment and then your cash account could just get wrecked. But I use a stop loss. Yeah, well, slippage is a real thing on those sorts of moves. Done for the day, Clay. I got one more day on one account with 500 left to reach my goal and 2 days left on another account. Nice job. Relax, Aradu. Good job. Congrats. And I love to see the like button creeping up on its own. That's great. Next goal is 225 likes. So if you have not yet hit that like button, please do that. We will need to get to 225 likes in order to keep this going past the 3 hour and 30 minute mark. I think we can do that though. We need 15 likes here in the next 15 minutes. So I think we can average 1 like per minute. So if you're here and you want the party to continue beyond the 3.5 hour mark, make sure you hit that like button if you're enjoying. All right, let's see. PFSA, please. I don't know what that is. Okay, well, let's see what it wants to do. I'm 200 away from passing another account. Hoping someone... Good job. Are you doing the racehorse model, Bart? So getting along at the green line. Stop is at the red line. We'll see if this is maybe some sort of bottom trying to form here. No, never mind. I don't like how it's... If anything, I should be thinking of getting short here now. Hey, Mikey, if you're just armchair quarterbacking, don't worry about it. Just sit back and enjoy the show. As I've told you, somebody that's not going to actually put their money where their mouth is, like, nobody wants that armchair quarterbacking. But hey, if you're here and you're putting your money where your mouth is, you're willing to put your money where your mouth is, I'm all for it. Get another account, Mikey. Stop acting like you couldn't start another account, man. Oh, you should always be training an account. Pass. Keep passing test accounts. Let's go. Racehorse model. Yeah, Jocko, I probably should. Can you please elaborate? I thought you were here for that, Bart. I've explained it many times. You weren't here for one of the many times I did it, Bart. I recognize your name. I don't have the brain power right now. I don't feel like explaining it. I've explained it lots over the past several streams. I just don't have the brain power right now. Maybe I can in a few minutes. We'll see. Doggone it. Mikey told me not to go long. This would have been a great trade. That's what I get for listening to Mikey. With no skin in the game, Mikey. Five minutes is just a total just bleed. Slow and steady bleed. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each of these candles is 5 minutes. So, essentially 5 minutes left. Or 5 minutes, I'm sorry. 25 minutes straight of just pure red. And now, picking up the momentum that much more. All right, Mikey's going in timeout. No, he's just getting obnoxious. 30 minutes, Mikey. Sorry. That'll prevent me from just flat out banning you. There's nothing worse than an armchair trader that's not putting skin in the game to have them show up and say, "I told you." There's nothing worse than that. There's nothing worse than that. Because that's a very easy game to play. To armchair a quarterback and then just, when there's no risk to you, because it's like, well, who cares? I'm just gonna diarrhea from my mouth, and then I may be wrong 100 times, but that 101st time where I'm finally right, I'm gonna be that person that shows up and says, "See, I told you." Like, don't be that person. Just don't be them. You'll be a way more likable person. Now, sometimes I give people a 30-minute timeout and they never come back, so I don't know. We'll see if Mikey fits that case or not. That's going down some more. All right, so how are you going to make money from it? Blah, blah, blah. Let's hear your trade plan right now. Short, I'm assuming you're short. So where's your entry, where's your stop, and where's your target? Come on, blah, blah, blah. Take that broad statement for us, brother, and let's make it practical. Sorry, Curtis, doesn't count. You got to tell us that you're looking to buy at 440 before it gets down to 440. I don't know. I'm learning. Well, then why do you... What, huh? Then how do you know it's going down? There you go. Everybody, I want everybody to look at EndureX. EndureX. There we go. That's a great example of what I'm looking for. Notice how he gave the 3 numbers all in real time. That's good stuff right there. That's how you do it. And even if he's wrong, that's okay. We're all wrong from time to time. No, Dana, I don't do it now. I'm trying to keep my life as simple as possible. If it works for you, that's great. All right, we have 4 minutes to get 9 likes. I don't know. Come on. Why are we always trying to do this by the skin of our teeth? This feels like such a failure of a live stream today. Again, if you want the live stream to go beyond the 3.5 hour mark, this needs to be 225 likes. We have been on the struggle bus. So if you have not yet hit that like button, hit the like button. $63. All right. EndureX he's hanging in there. Got a little worrisome for him, but he's hanging in there. Now he's looking for the rollover. I see what he's doing. He's trying to go with the trend. I like it. I'm a little nervous to get short right here personally, just because when I look over here on the 5 minute, I mean, we're staring at a hammer candle. But to be fair, that doesn't mean that this candle is going to close as a hammer candle. But just seeing it right now, personally has me a little bit worried. But again, that does not... What time is it? Oh, yeah. Well, it's almost going to be a hammer candle. This candle is going to stop moving in less than 1 minute. So to be getting short right here at a hammer candle personally has me worried. But that doesn't mean that it can't still work out. Just kind of explaining my reasoning there. All right. 4 more in about 3 minutes. Can we get 4 more likes in 3 minutes? Or are we going to... Will this just be in a 3.5 hour live stream? I don't know if we got 4 more likes out there or not. Well, technically 5 likes for the JJ effect. 4 more likes. We'll see if we can do it. Hey, look at that. 227. Let's go. Hit that like button. Would love to get up to 250. We'll see if it can happen. Maybe at some point we'll be able to get back up to 300 likes again, but that's been a hard one to get. Ever since I went on vacation, I guess 3 weeks ago, live streaming's a tough business, man. We have not recovered since I went on vacation. So it's been a little discouraging in that. If I'm being brutally honest, the past couple of weeks I've been fighting discouragement just because it's like, man, we were in such a groove that everything was growing. We were doing so well. And then that week vacation came back and just trying to recover. So, yeah, there's been a little bit of discouragement. I mean, I'm glad I took the vacation, don't get me wrong, but then there were some senses it's like, I wish I wouldn't have done the vacation. But it is what it is. Ooh, that was a nasty move right there. Came down, acted like it wanted to be weak, and then now all of a sudden back up it goes. If I was a short, I'd be a little nervous. I have a negative R with a 96% win rate and just got it. All right, people sharing some stats in the chat. I can't get a Robinhood account. How to get a stock market account? Blah, blah, blah. We are day trading futures here. If you want to be a day trader, then futures, I think, is the best way to go about it, because especially there's no pattern day trading rule. And then the other nice thing about the prop firm account is that within the prop firm, you have very minimal risk, because your minimal risk is literally the cost of the account. So with the prop firm that I'm using, if you were to go and just do that 50K account that you see at the top of the screen, your risk would literally be $102, because that is the cost of the account. So if you go and lose $2,000, your consequence is not losing $2,000 out of your pocket. The consequence is you lose your account. They'll take it away from you, which means if you bought it for $102, that means technically you lost $102. So that is why We do bother a lot of other brokers besides. Yeah, but if he uses Robinhood, that means he's risking his own funds, Bart. That's the problem. That is the problem that I see, is why, from a risk management standpoint, why risk your funds if you don't need to? I need to watch you for a month to master it. It's going to take longer than a month, brother. If you think that you can watch somebody on YouTube for a month and master the skill, I got some oceanfront property in Iowa. I'll sell you for a good deal. Well, approaching Endura X's stop loss up here. That's all right. That happens sometimes. He's still not stopped out yet, though. I asked because SPY, for example, is, I mean, if it works for you, Dana, go for it. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm not saying it's because it doesn't work, just because I just don't do it. I have been trading for 8 years and haven't mastered trading and just became profitable. Well, congrats, Leon. Good job. With today and this week being big on earnings reports, do you ever take that into consideration? Oh, all right. I gotta take this short here if it comes back down. I can get such a tight little risk here. See if it wants to reject off the 21 EMA. Again, red line is my entry. Hey, no shame, Endurex. Nothing but respect. You gave us your trade plan ahead of time. It didn't work out. Oh well. Good job honoring your stop. Can't win them all. Nothing but respect. All right, red line again is my entry for a short. Let's see if it wants to come down a little bit more. It's got to be on this candle too. I'm not looking to do it on the start of the next candle. Now, if the price comes up through the green line, then that'll also make me not interested anymore because my risk profile will have shifted. But right now, still giving it a chance. Oh, all right, never mind. Risk profile would be too big, so never mind on that one. So that is the benefit there of waiting for confirmation. I never got it, never came down to fill me, and I'm glad because that had I hopped in sooner, that would have been a losing trade. Going to keep an eye here on the 50, see if it wants to maybe do something at the 50. It's got to keep in mind over here on the 5 minute is the 21 EMA. So recently we've had some fake breakouts of the 21 EMA. So let's see if it wants to maybe break up above it and then start to come back down through. So I'm going to keep an eye on that dynamic very closely here. I'm seeing trade plans from other people. Good stuff, good stuff. I love it. I love seeing all these chef's kiss trade plans. Uh-oh. No, what's Doomslayer saying? Did I miss something? No. Oh, it bounced one tick from to. Oh. Dude, oh, that is the worst. That's the worst, brother. It hurts just to read that. That is never a fun experience. Not even close. Not even a little bit close to being a fun experience. No, I hear you. In my head, while I'm saying that, I'm picturing Luke Skywalker. Both time frames, 15 and 5 minute reversal hammer. Yeah, there was a hammer. That's why, like I said back then, I wasn't interested in getting short down around here for that reason, because of the 5 minute hammer. But now we have very credible threats of it, could roll back over. The hammer's done its thing. There's been a bounce from there. All right, let's see what it wants to do. If it wants to come up some more. Let's talk about that trading taxes. Huh? Please speak to your local tax authority, whether that be a local CPA or local tax attorney. There you go. That's what you can talk about day trading taxes. I can promise you the people you don't want to talk to are a bunch of strangers in an internet live stream chat room. That's one thing I can tell you don't want to talk to. Andy's a comedian, brother. Hey, brother. All right. GHS or GMS. No, yeah. Hey, Andy, why are you day trading Tesla, man? Are you day trading Tesla, Andy? If so, you are operating so inefficiently. It's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling how inefficient you are if you are literally day trading Tesla. Like mathematically provable how mind-boggling, how inefficient your current strategy is. Mind-boggling. Well, give us your numbers. Did you scalp Tesla today? I'll walk you through the math, brother, of how you are being very inefficient day trading stocks, especially a stock like Tesla. Okay, well, what was your trade? Give me your position size and how much you made on it. All right, we have, look at the 5 minute here. All right, is it going to roll back over? That is the question. Definitely have, well, I guess it was a double bottom already. I'm just seeing this now in the 5 minute, but you can see we had that low, and then that's basically where that one bounced. So at this point, is there going to be a triple bottom? Does the price come down here and bounce again? No guarantees, but blah, blah. Just go to the link at the top of the screen. It's explained there. I'm telling you, people, if you just go to that link and do some reading, they do a good job of explaining. You can't triple bottom. Lloyd, guys. Can we turn on the radio? Radio? Who needs a radio? Ready, Harry? Yeah, I could continue that scene all the way through, but bird, yeah, mockingbird. She's gonna video. No, that one, that song is not in the movie. Well, doggone it. Look at that. I mean, that's great stuff right there. I was waiting for more of a fake breakout like it did here, but unfortunately, at this time, it just chose to essentially get rejected right off that 21 EMA. Hence, here's me twiddling my thumbs as the price rolls back over. Hey, Andy, I don't know if you're still here, Andy, but if you're like going back to look at like your trade reports, I just needed like a ballpark estimate. Like, are you doing 100 sure lots? Like, I don't need like every little detail of your trade. I just needed some broad numbers. Sorry, maybe I should have been more specific, but when you tell me to hold on and you're still not back, please don't tell me you're out there like mapping out every finer tuned detail. That's not what, I just need like, how many shares did you have? That's all. And then how much did you make? All right. Exactly. What Travis said. It was, yeah, my singing caused it to overheat. Clay, can you sing for it again? Well, I don't have a position right now, so my singing is not going to really do anything. I've got to actually have a position for my singing to have any effect at all. Just got home from work. Yeah, I'm still chopping. If the likes button creep up, which I have, 4 hours and beyond, man. 4 hours on beyond on this thing. I think my record is 4 hours and 40 minutes. Let's go. Don't be surprised, Chameleon. Don't be surprised. So yeah, hit that like button if you haven't. We'll keep the party going. As long as I know people are enjoying via that, and I gauge that by that like button. Hit that like button, and we'll keep the party going, brothers and sisters. And then the like button does not budge. So, all right, that might be the leading indicator that the live stream is. Oh, there we go. We got one. That's good. All right, maybe just maybe along here. Maybe just maybe I am. I'm gonna buy right there. If it wants to come back up, we'll see if this is some sort of bottoming formation here. So I am looking to get long at that green line. All right, well, it looks like Andy is gone. Mr. Tesla Scalper is gone. Bummer. I was hoping to really show the math on how scalping Tesla makes it just doesn't make any sense. In. You got to be kidding me. Not going to give me that scalp? Well, that's a bummer. Hey, cousin Judd. Good to see you. I am in long. I'm trading small. I did option. Oh, you day trade options? That's even worse. Oh my goodness, 10 call, dude. Oh my goodness, the math. Oh, Andy, good grief, my friend. So you had 10. So each contract was $690. So 690. So you had $6,900 on the line. All right, I'm sick of this one. I think we sweep the 400s, then run up. Okay, well, Chameleon, let's see a trade plan. Okay. So you had 10 contracts. Okay. So what was the profit on that? Can you do that? What? I'm not. I could do the profit. What was the profit on all those? I mean, nice trade, but like, what was your total profit? Okay, $950. Okay. Well, I guess real quick, Andy, good job, but do I have permission to? Because I'm about to rain all over the parade. I'm about to rain on your parade. Like, you're gonna see these numbers that I show you, and you're gonna be like, wait, what? But I do want to ask for permission. Do I have permission to rain all over the parades of those results of your $950 a day? Is that okay? Because I'm telling you right now, the numbers as you see they're fold out, they're gonna make what you're doing here look very inefficient. So that's why I want to ask for your permission first. But I will bring the receipts. It will all be based in math. But nonetheless, still want to get the permission first. Not to mention you're dealing with theta. We won't even consider you about theta. Options is king. Well, that would depend on what category you're in. But I also know Richard. But no, options in the category of day trading are garbage, Richard. Garbage, and you know it, brother. No, I know that. Andy, what I'm asking is, do I have permission to rain all over the parade of that? Again, I'm already looking at your numbers, and it's already insane. Like, you had, like I said, that's what I'm asking. Like, if I go through the math, you're going to see that $950, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, I can see what this guy's saying about not being very efficient. Okay, all right. So you had 10 contract, or you did 10 contracts. Each one was $6.90. So in options, you got to multiply that by 100. So $690 per contract, and you had 10. So 10. So you needed, in order to put on your trade, you needed $6,900. Okay, for everybody listening, that was what Andy needed. He needed $6,900. Now, was $6,900 at risk? Not really, because I don't think Andy would have let that go down to zero. But he very realistically, especially with Tesla and how fast they can move, very, very realistically, he had at least a couple $1,000s at risk. Okay, so a couple $1,000, and of course, now if he just went on tilt and lost his mind, then yeah, he, in all theory, he could have lost $6,900. But we won't go that drastic. But point being, from a capital required standpoint, $6,900. Now I want to give a shout out to Andy. Good job, Andy, for even having $6,900 to put into the market. Impressive. Well done there. But let's go look at what he could have done had he chosen to do option or futures through a prop firm. So in the world of prop firms, again, he had $6,900. He could have gone and gotten himself $150K in purchasing power, and that would have cost him $216. Now, here's the powerful thing about prop firms. You can do copy trading. So with Take Profit Trader, who I'm using, you could have up to 5 accounts, and then you could copy trade those accounts. So you make one trade, and then that trade is copied to the 4 other accounts. So if you make one trade for $200, well, actually you made $1,000 because that one $200 trade was copied to your other 4 accounts. So for a total of 5 accounts, each one made the $200 trade. So let's say Andy wants to do that. I mean, he's clearly okay with risk. If he is putting $6,900 day trading options, dealing with theta, the man's not scared of risk. So let's say he's like, all right, I'm going to buy 5 of these accounts. So 216 times 5, his total all-in amount required is $1,080. Now remember, previously it was $6,900. So this is very minuscule compared to what he was doing, $1,080. So all right, so we have $1,080 that was on the line. Okay, I just muted Richard for a day because some people, if they don't want to listen to the math, that's fine. But Richard has already proven like he's just going to be a troll about stuff because the math is the math, and then he just It offends him, and then he starts ranting and raving, and it's not pretty. I don't want Richard to look like that, so I put him in a 24-hour timeout. But anyways, yeah, Tesla moves like crazy. Exactly. So you don't mind risk. So now he's got 1,080 in order to participate in what I'm just showing you with the prop firm. Because again, he bought 5 of these accounts, and then let's just say he copy trades them. Now let's look at this right here, NQ. So really quickly, in terms of the math, let's just say that he trades this sort of move here. He goes right here, and then he sells right here. Okay? So hopefully we can all agree, hopefully, Andy, you would agree that like this movement here, this distance on the chart is not a whole lot. Like it's kind of like, okay. So not a whole lot. But that distance right there is 5. 5 what? Well, 5 points. And with the NQ, 1 point equals $20. Now that's per contract. So in this situation, let's do the math real quick. He got 5 points, and then each one is worth 20. So right there, that's $100 per contract. Now, let's go back to the prop firm. What could you have done? That is all per contract. That little small movement was worth $100 per contract. But let's go back to the prop firm and consider some other factors. So what he did was he got the 150K. And with that, you could go up to 15 contracts. So again, that $100 was for only one contract. He could have gone as high as, right there, he could have gone as high as 15 contracts. But let's not do too crazy. Let's just say he did 5 contracts. So we now know that if it's per contract was $100 and he had 5, well, we got to multiply that times 5. So now that little small move that I showed, that little small move with 5 NQ contracts would have been $500. But that's only in one account. Per the premise, he bought 5 accounts and copied them. Therefore, we've got to multiply that times 5. So we've got to take that $5 in one account and then multiply it by 5. So that trade happens 5 times. There's $2,500. $2,500 that he could have had. For, again, I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm not saying like, well, so he would have bought here and had to sell for way up there. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from here to here, a very small distance. And that was only 5 contracts per account. What happens if he had 10 contracts? The numbers explode that much more. But again, he made $950 while risking $6,900. Here, he could have put $1,080 on the line, and for a very, very, very minimal move needed, made way more. Made over 100% more for way less risk. So, that is the bigot. No, and Rob, fully disagree with Rob. So Rob is like, well, there's rules. That's a con. No, that is a good thing. How can rules be a good thing? Because what do these rules force you to do? They force you to focus on managing risk. And here's a little hint. If you want to find success as a day trader, it has nothing to do with making money. It has to do with risk management and risk control, and that is what those rules are going to force you to do. So is it annoying? Well, yeah, it's annoying in the sense of, I don't like rules. I want to be able to go and do whatever I want. But is that actually healthy as a trader to go do whatever you want? No, it's not. Ask me how I know. Ask a lot of other people that have gone and done what they want within the trading. It ends with very big losses, very bad days. But in this situation, there are rules. But again, these rules are geared and going to force you to manage risk, which is the pinnacle. It is the thing that matters most. So no, rules are not a draw. What did he say? Are drawback at all. Fully disagree with what Rob says there. Rules are a good thing because the rules force you to manage risk, and risk management is the key, is the holy grail to trading. So no, Andy, do not listen to Rob. Rob doesn't know what he's talking about. He just proved it there by saying rules are a bad thing. No, rules that force you to manage risk are a good thing. And don't take my word for it, but go ask anybody. Like, hey, is risk management important? Yeah, it is the most important thing. Now, the other thing that maybe you would say is not good is this. You would say, well, in the pro account, you only get to keep 80% of your gains. Yes, exact. Andy, you are smart. Very good. Yes, you would still, and then in fact, I just did a video on it right here about the whole, well, prop firms aren't worth it because you don't keep all your money. But in this video, if you watch it, I use my own data. I use one of the payouts I got. I do the 20% taken out, but then you look at the ROI calculations, and the ROI calculations are insane. But how can they be so insane? Well, because you keep your risk and your capital on the line so minimal in the first place. Whereas if you look at your capital, right? I mean, your capital, yeah, that's great. You made $950, but, and it's still a good percentage to an extent, ROI, but nothing compared to prop firms. I mean, we've had some people that are verified, and you look at their ROI, and in a month, it's like 6,500%, which sounds like a scam, but it's not, because based on the ROI calculation and based on the fact that prop firms allow you to have to just put so little of your money at risk, it causes those things to explode. So, okay, Rob, you're doing apples and oranges now. I'm not talking about that prop firm that self-admittedly has a ton of rules. I'm talking about take profit trader, Rob. You got to get a little bit more nuanced, okay? I am talking take profit trader. And thank you again for arguing for take profit trader. Take profit trader is why I say if you're a beginner, do with take profit trader, because they have a clean set of rules. So Rob, you got to understand nuance before you start flapping them lips, brother. Okay? Okay, do you see who you're complaining about at the top of the screen? Is that who you see up there, Rob? No, you don't. You see take profit trader. And that's why, because take profit trader has a very clean set of rules. So but I guess I'm explaining to Andy already, because he already convinced. Prop firms take a percentage, I thought. Correct, but I still would have made more with a prop firm. Exactly, Andy. Even with that, you are flapping your lips, though. You're saying things that are irrelevant. You are correct with that prop firm, but that's why I'm not sitting here talking and saying that a beginner to the prop firm world should go into that prop firm. So yes, you're flapping your lips in the sense you're bringing up stuff that is irrelevant for what I'm talking about here, via Pam's plant. Through a prop firm, that prop firm up there, take profit trader. So just keep that in mind, Rob. Keep that in mind. You're right in some senses, but not in the sense that I'm talking about here. There's a reason why, right? Well, I mean right here. Take profit trader is the best. If you're a beginner, definitely take profit trader. Apex, yes, they're around, they pay, all that, but they are not beginner friendly at all, because they have a lot more rules and all that. So, but I mean, if you're an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader, then I can still see Apex Trader making sense for you. But somebody that's a beginner just getting started in the prop firm world, take profit trader. One of the main reasons is exactly what Rob was saying. It's a clean set of rules, whereas Apex, a lot more rules, but they still do pay and all that. Oh my goodness. And then, okay, I can't do it. No, Andy, do you want to overwhelm yourself or do you want to work efficiently? Okay, Andy, I have things set. I'm a process engineer. I have done this very, very, very purposely. If you want to go overwhelm yourself, Andy, then by all means, go research prop firms and get 800 different rule sets, 800 different this, that, and prop firms, I admit, are going to seem not worth it, way too confusing. That's where Andy is headed. Because instead of just being like, okay, let me go check out Take Profit Trader, now let me just go research prop firms in general. So I try to help Andy, but some people, you just can't quite do it. But if you want to have the best experience possible, not overwhelm yourself, take Profit Trader. Take Profit Trader. But Andy, he's going to... So I'll call it right now with Andy. He will not do Pam's plant because he's going to, which I understand, he's going to arrive at the conclusion of prop firms are way too confusing. I researched prop firms, and there's like 10 of them out there, but all of them have different rules. I don't know what this rule means, but that rule seems to me something different over here. So Andy will be overwhelmed. So, but anybody that wants to actually listen to Pam's plant, just go especially as a beginner that's just getting started. Take Profit Trader. Clean set of rules. Best payment policy. You won't get yourself overwhelmed, okay? What kind of comment is that, Nas? What? But how can I trust that you did all the... So now Nas does not trust me. Okay, gotcha. All right. Cool. Great to know that there's people that have been here for months. Yeah, Nas, Nas is on the 24-hour timeout. What is? Okay, Nas is gone. For the next 24 hours, that is. Anyways. No, Nas, I've done zero research, and good job, Nas. Good call. Nas, he gone for 24 hours. I can't believe that. That's crazy. He's been here since almost the beginning. What kind of comment was that? Goodness. All right, well, anybody, Andy, he ended up not really listening, but anybody else, hopefully that helps on why I say day trading stocks are garbage. It makes no sense. It's so inefficient. You're taking on way more risk than you need to. Not to mention, I mean, he commented, oh yeah, Tesla definitely moves. No, it doesn't. It definitely does not move compared to futures. And then when you factor in the, the copy trading, that little 5 points blew his big moving stock out of the water. How many accounts are you trading, Clay? I have three accounts right now. Well, no, four. 4 accounts right now. I do what's called the race car model, or no, the racehorse model. So the nice thing about Take Profit Trader is that you can pass tests, and then you can just store them at no extra charge. So one thing that, when I got started, and in my mind, I was like, you know what? I think that I could see a problem for me is trading really, really scared with my pro accounts, because if I'm all scared, like I don't want to blow this pro account because then I have to go through the test phase again. So then that causes you to pucker up but I don't want to lose this pro account. I want to avoid the test. But I was like, wait a second. What happens if I just have a situation where I know that if I do blow up my pro account, that I don't have to go through the test again. I can just grab and plug in another account. Or to use the race horse analogy, if your pro accounts are the race horses, I like to have race horses in the stable ready. So how do you do that? Well, as you trade your pro accounts, your race horses, you are training other horses. You're taking other tests and passing new accounts. Because with every account you pass, it then becomes a racehorse, but you don't activate it right away. You just store it. And now with other prop firms, they will charge you money to store accounts. So this is where it doesn't work for all prop firms. But with Take Profit Trader, they do not charge you any extra fees for having accounts that just sit there. So I personally do the racehorse model. I am always, yes, I have my pro accounts that I'm trading. I have racehorses. But at that same time, I am constantly trying to pass more tests. That way I can just put more horses in the stable so that when a racehorse dies, aka I blow the account, instead of having to worry about, oh great, now I got to go to the test again, I can just go grab that racehorse, plug it in, and I can keep on moving. That way I'm not trading scared. I'm not all nervous about my pro account because, if I lose it, then I got to go through that test phase again. Nope. I can now sit here and trade, hey, let's trade, and if I lose it, so be it. That's part of prop firm trading. I'll just go and grab another racehorse in the stable and plug it into the racetrack. So that's what I'm doing level 2. I do, like I said, what I think we coined last week, coined it the racehorse model. I am always trading test accounts with the goal of passing them so that I can store them away for those times where when I do blow a pro account, I know that I have one to put right in there right away. Hey, Mikey came back from his timeout. So that is my strategy. I'm not saying that's a strategy that works for everybody. I'm just saying that is what I have found works for me. And I think a lot of other people can relate. Like you get your pro account and then you get all nervous. And part of that nervousness is I don't want to lose it because I don't want to have to go through the test phase again. But if while you have your pro account, you're still trading that, but also working on passing other tests, well then that eliminates that fear and you can go out there and trade, I think, with a little bit more clarity and not being nervous out of your mind. Give me a 5. Does that make sense, the racehorse model, what I just explained? Again, the racehorse model, I'm not saying it doesn't work in other prop firms. I'm just saying it could get actually pretty expensive because if you have to pay every single month to have an account, that's rough. But with Take Profit Trader, after you pass the test, that's the beautiful thing. The payment plan or the payment goes away. There are no more monthly payments. Good. It made sense for 4 of you. That's reassuring. It made sense for 4 of you. I'll take it, I guess. Hey, 5 of you. 6 of you. All right, good. Some of you, it made sense. Zach is doing the racehorse model. It's always good to have reserve. Agreed, Endor X. Always good to have that stable filled with some racehorses. Fully agree there. I think it does. I think it's good for the psychology. And we're at 4 hours. Hey, I'll keep pushing it a little bit while longer, but can we get this up to 250 likes? Do we have 7 more likes out there that have from people that have maybe forgotten to hit the like button or just realizing, yeah, I can see some value. So if you don't mind, hit that like button. Take profit is expensive. No, it's not. No, it's not. You know what becomes more expensive, Verander, is those other prop firms that you talk about, and then you pass, and then you have to pay the activation fee. Oh, yeah, then it's not so cheap. So no, take profit is not expensive. It's only expensive to those that don't understand prop firm pain. So here's the thing that Verander is not understanding. So the way it works is you get your test, and then once you pass the test, you go into the pro account. Now, all prop firms, Take Profit Trader included, well, I can't say, I'm pretty sure all of them. So they have you buy your test, account, and then if you pass, when you go to pro, prop firms will charge an activation fee to activate your pro account. And with Take Profit Trader, that activation fee is $130. But right now with code Clay, part of that deal is not only getting 40% off of your account, but you also have 0 activation fee. So your all-in cost is literally what you see up here. Whereas other prop firms, yeah, sure, maybe that number is lower, but what you don't realize is if you do pass, then boom, just like that, you have to pay an activation fee, which then makes this stuff even more expensive than what it appears on the surface. So that's what you have to keep in mind is, but with code Clay, not only are you getting that 40% off, but that activation fee I just showed you of $130, that is also gone. That does not exist. So quite literally, your all-in risk, the all-in that you have, on the line with the 50K account would be $102. I'm in put $90 for earnings. Well, what does the chart matter, HK? If you're in a put for earnings, you're not trading, you're just gambling. So what does that matter, HK? I hope your gamble works out. But yes, I have no problem admitting that a chart loses its value if earnings is coming like that night. I'm not going to say a chart is completely worthless, but I mean, what if you're buying options for earnings? That's just gambling. There's no trading there. Going long options into earnings is just straight up a gamble. So who really cares what the chart says, because you're just gambling anyways, brother. Looking like it doesn't want to go down. Thinking Nvidia and Trump taco partner. Well, we'll see. Almost. Oh yeah. We need 2 more likes for 250. That'd be great. All right, maybe a short here. Check it out. 5 minute. We're once again right at the 21 EMA, which you can see right there. Rejected the price. They're kind of rejected it. We're up above it. I should probably be thinking of a potential short here. Too busy annotating stuff here. What would that be? 71. I don't know. This seems kind of strong. I'm going to hold off. Maybe I still should be getting short there, but that seems, I'm going to hold off. If you're getting short here, I'm not calling you crazy at all. I totally see it. And to be fair, maybe I should be getting short here, but my spidey senses are saying, I think this is stronger than what it appears. But sometimes what happens is you think something is spidey senses, but then you just find out it was bad Mexican food from the night before, Or maybe bad spicy food of your choice from the night before. So I don't know. Is my spicy? Is my spidey sense right? Or is it that spicy Mexican food I had last night that's not sitting with me well? Yeah, bad Taco Bell. And again, for all that prop firm talk, code Clay. Not only does it give you that 40% off and no activation, but it is a way to help support the stream and support the channel. And as I always tell people, as long as this is worth my time, I will do it. But I literally have 4 hours of my day on this live stream. And that's hard to justify to my wife and kids and everything else If this is not, if there's like no revenue from this. So if I can't say, yeah, and I made money, I have fun. That's not a question. This is fun. But unfortunately, as a businessman, as a husband, as a father, I do need to make sure my fun in this sense does have some monetary value to it. So if you are enjoying, a way for you to not only obviously get the discounts, but to also help make this worth my time is to use code CLAY. Andy, are you going to listen to me, Andy? Honest question, because I spent a bunch of time and you're like, I'm just going to go research prop firms. And I was just like, okay, you're going to just overwhelm yourself. So like, are you going to listen this time or no? Been losing so fast. 1 to 2 week options do right. Well, I mean, if you want to be a day trader, mathematically speaking, day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about it. But I don't know. It sounds like if you're doing swing trading, HK, I don't know. But right now, you're just flat out gambling. If you're just buying options headed into earnings, I mean, that's just a flat out gamble. But Andy, what he's basically saying, which is a fair point, wait a second, Clay, this all seems so sketchy. How are they going to only charge you $102 and then they're going to go let you lose $2,000? How does that make any sense? How can that be a sustainable business model? All very good point. Because this stage, the test phase, is all happening in a simulated environment. So if you go and lose $2,000, you're not actually losing $2,000. The flip side is also true, because I've had a couple people, understandably so, a little, well, this is a scam. So I pay $102 to make them $3,000, but then I don't get any of the $3,000. All I get is my pro account. That's it. What a scam. Well, no, again, this is all happening in a stimulated environment. So there wasn't actually $3,000 being made. So that is how it's sustainable. You're not actually losing $2,000 of their money, because this is all in a simulator. So that is where, again, to any of you that are like, wait a second, this seems a little fishy. How can that be sustainable? There you go, because that's all occurring in a simulated environment. What, did you hear that answer there about what I just gave about the simulated environment, Andy? Did you hear that? So that is how you answer your question. Because you are right. It does seem super sketchy to have that concern about how can this be sustainable. That is how. Because they were very smart about it. Were you ever really lost in life? How did you get back on track? Well, are you lost in life right now, HK? What do you mean you're lost in life? Yeah, trading like how did you know? Well, I mean, if what you're doing is not working, then that's really, you don't have to overthink it. Well, I mean, I can tell you right now, you're not trading, you're gambling. If you're just buying options into earnings, that's not like a sustainable model. Yeah, so lost in trading, yeah. How would you know if you're lost in trading? Well, if what you're doing does not work, that'd be, is not working, that'd be a good telltale sign. Can you confirm for me that the multiplier for NQ is $20? Yeah, it's $20 per point. All right, sounds good, Andy. Well, there you go. That's how they can do it, because it's all in a simulator. And by the way, Andy, I'm not saying you should go and start copy trading right away. I was just doing that to illustrate, but definitely not that you were gonna plan that. Tell me if I'm wrong here. The ultimate scenario, from what I'm gathering, is that once you build your skill set here and prove your strategy consistently, go bigger and get bigger. I don't know, Ryan. No, not necessarily. What account you go with is such a thing of personal preference. Like, as a beginner, maybe a beginner for some other. So, for example, maybe a beginner the fact that they have more cushion that they can lose, so 4,500 that they can lose, maybe that helps a beginner just because it's a bigger cushion. Not necessarily. I'm just saying I don't know if it's just a universal rule. Like start small and then you work your way up to these accounts. I'm not quite sure I would agree with that. And absolutely in some cases, but like I don't think I'd say that's like a universal rule. For some, maybe starting with the 150K because you have a bigger, you have a bigger cushion is ultimately what helps people out. I'm talking about after the paper trading phase. Well, yeah. And if they got it all figured out, it's not scammy. They will make sure, let me put it this way. They're like a normal broker. Like a normal broker will margin call you before you blow up their firm. Same is true with a prop firm. They have things set up where they have all their bases covered. They're not going to let somebody all of a sudden send them to the poorhouse. Would you consider holding one NQ overnight? I do not swing trade NQ because I'm not able. Because in the prop firm, they don't want you holding things overnight. Well, and when you say overnight in futures, you mean like 1 hour. They mean 1 hour, right? Because futures markets are closed 1 hour per day from 5 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. I was using ORB before the first few months. I know. HK, I wish you were here. That's what I always say about the ORB strategy. Trading doesn't need to be complicated, but it can't be oversimplified. And that's what the ORB strategy is. So let me just tell everybody. If you think that trading is as easy as waiting 15 minutes for the high and low to form, and then you just say, all right, I'm buying if it breaks through, or I'm shorting if it goes down through, if only it were that easy. Now, if you want to use the 15-minute or whatever ORB as a pillar to build from, that's fine. Like, I don't mind that, using it as a foundation to build from. But again, if you think that trading is that easy, it can work, but to HK's own point, it wasn't consistent. So many fake outs. Exactly. Trading is going to have to be is a little more challenging than the 15-minute ORB. And yeah, to Rob's point, now that's the thing. If you're using futures with your own money, you got to have a lot of money to do stuff like that. Ninja Trader, like he says, requires about $25,000 to hold NQ overnight. Again, most people don't have $25,000, right? And it's just to hold stuff overnight. Why take on that risk? It just don't make much sense, at least in my mind. Do you know why I'm a great salesman with Pam's plant? Because it's just math. And you know the nice thing about this math is it's just true. Factual math will turn anybody into a great salesman. Because I don't have to like use any gimmicks. I just show the math, and the math is just the math. Well, I mean, for you not to use them, just tell. I mean, you're just operating inefficiently. Like mathematically, I showed you. Like that's the cool thing. There is zero sales tactics. I literally just showed you the math. So yes, that is the powerful thing about math. Is if the math just maths, it can turn anybody into a good salesman. Yeah, right now we basically have a wedge triangle, whatever you want to call it. Let me map off the top of it right here. I mean, depending on your strategy, I don't know, maybe some people, again, if you care about more so a bigger picture, then those people are probably calling this a bear pennant, something like that, give or take. Maybe some people are drawing the bear pennant and just using that high right there. But yes, big picture wise, essentially just one big old bear pennant right now that people are watching. Mad Max, hey Clay, I'm new here. Thanks for the content. You're welcome, Mad Max. Do you believe in backtesting? I do not. No. Well, I guess for what? Are you the one? Are you the one that's going to betrayed what you backtest? Like human speaking, or do you have like a bot that's going to do the trading for you? Mad Max. Again, are you going to be the one that does? So you backtest a strategy, and then when it comes time to implement the strategy, is it going to be you doing it? Is it going to be you pressing the buttons or whatever? Yeah, Ryan. Again, Ryan, and I'm not saying that is the way. I'm just saying that could be that could be a feature of the bigger account that helps out a newer person. No, okay. Then yeah, I am not a fan of backtesting. Here's what people forget about backtesting. Is let's say you backtest over a certain amount of time. I don't know. You're like, man, I backtested 5,000 trades. Okay, that's fine. But you have to realize that the statistics that you get are based on 5,000 trades. That means that whatever you're backtesting, whenever that happened, boom, the trade was taken. So the question becomes, when you start to trade, are you going to be able to take every single trade when your setup happens? Or are you going to hesitate? Because if you hesitate and then don't take it, now all of a sudden you have an apples and oranges comparison. Because let's just say that your backtesting data is based off of 5,000, but you only end up taking 2,000 out of the 5,000. Well, that's two different sample sizes. That's not the same. That's a sample size of 5,000 versus sample size of 2,000. So that's why I say, now if it's a robot, if it's something that is going to be able to take all 5,000 when every single one happens, then okay, that would be an apples to apples comparison. But if it's you and you're only doing 2,000 of the 5,000, then that's two different things. That's massively apples to oranges. Does that make sense, Mad Max? Hey, who was that? Gerardo. I'm sorry. Gerard. I think that's what you said. Ruiz. Thank you. I'll get over there. I appreciate that. I had totally forgot, so I appreciate that. No, I also want to say, is backtesting absolutely, utterly worthless? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying people put way too much emphasis and stock into their backtested thing, and it's like, okay, I have and then they're the ones that are doing it. You know, I'm the one doing this backtested. Well, no, that's a total apple and oranges, because no human being is going to be able to do every single trade when it happens. Good question, though. Good question. Hey, 255 likes. Not terrible. Not terrible. If there are any other likes out there, make sure you hit that like button. I goofed and blew up my evaluation account because I left an on a day I thought it would be amazing. Yeah. Oh, you intentionally left it open. Yeah, I thought you meant you forgot that you had a position open. Well, live and learn, Ryan. Back at it. That's all right. Blowing prop firm's account. That's part of it. And that may sound really bad, but you have to remember, within the context of the prop firm space, when I say blow an account, that means at most you're out a couple $100 at most. Whereas if we're talking like trading your own funds, well then yeah, somebody that's just, I can understand how somebody just casually saying blowing an account. It's like, wait, he said it so casually. Like, yeah, I just blew a $5,000 account. $5,000 gone. That's not the context I'm talking about. Blown accounts and prop firm trading, like I said, couple $100 at most. All right, we are just kind of chopping along here. Jocko, yeah, see you tomorrow. And as a reminder, we ended with quite a bit of prop firm questions, but as far as the two prop firms that I put my name next to, and again, there's two specific categories. Now, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, Take Profit Trader I think is the best in the business, best payment policy. Once you get to the pro account, you can make daily requests in any amount, all sorts of great stuff. Very clean set of rules. Now, if you are, if you're an intermediate or advanced trader. And so, for example, let's say you start off as a beginner and Take Profit Trader, you get more experience, you start to turn into an intermediate or advanced, and then all of a sudden you want to expand your empire. You're like, I want even more accounts. Well, yeah, I could see you considering Apex at that point. But if you are a beginner, definitely just start with Take Profit Trader. They will give you the smoothest process out there. Way too many people, a lot of people will call Apex a scam, but what it actually is it's beginners to the prop firm world start off with Apex, and then they just get steamrolled with all these rules they don't understand, and it can come across as a scam. It's not, because the beginner trader is breaking the rules. But when you're a beginner, it can get complicated in a hurry. But with Take Profit Trader, like I said, the rules are very, very clean cut. And then also, maybe you're already intermediate or advanced and you just enjoy the live stream and you're like, hey Clay, I use Apex, but can I support the live stream? Do you have a code? And yes, I do have a code, which is code Clay. And this is also a way to just, like I said, help support the live stream, make this all worth my time. I enjoy doing it, but if I'm going to be 4 hours and 20 minutes out of my day, I do need, from a business standpoint, from a practicality standpoint, I do need to have it be quote unquote worth my time. And I know that rubbed some people the wrong way. Well, you should be here totally free of charge. I guess so. But at the end of the day, I got 6 kids I'm trying to feed, okay? So there does need to still be that monetary component to things. And by using code Clay, again, you get a discount. So it saves you money to use code Clay, but it also helps me out. So it's a win-win for everybody. So like I said, if you want to contribute to making the live stream, worth it for me and worth my time, then code Clay accomplishes exactly that. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. If you have not yet, make sure you hit that like button and also subscribe and turn on notifications, because sometimes I do show up kind of randomly. So if you're, if you want to just make sure that you don't miss it when I do kind of show up, subscribing and turning on the notifications is a way for you to take advantage of that. So I had a good one, good start to the week here. And again, make sure to hit that like button on your way out. And if you want to support the live stream, get the discounts with either Apex or Take Profit Trader, then code Clay is where it's at. So everybody take care. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you back tomorrow at 11